Good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. May I have your attention, please? Good morning. May I have your attention, please? Okay, welcome to the special magistrate hearing for June 10, 2025. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Everyone, please stand and raise your right hand if you wish to speak. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Yes. Thank you very much. Please silence all electronic devices, and we do have available seats up front. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see, we do have a full room today, so we're going to ask that you please keep your talking to a minimum because we are recording the hearing today. Our first case, page 2. Inspector Andrew Gebbia, case number BE 2503-0240, case address 1332 Citrus Isle, owner Walter W. Carnetz, posted at property 51925, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. Andrew Gebbia, building inspector for the city, presenting case and address as read. This property was cited for violation under Florida Building Code 2023-105.1, work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner but not limited to awning shade structure in the driveway. This case was opened on 3/27/2025. The inspection report was mailed on 3/31/2025, and the special magistrate hearing notice was mailed on 5/16/2025. I arrived at this property on 3/31/2025. As I pulled up to the house, I observed the blue awning in the front driveway. The awning is constructed out of metal poles on the corners and a blue canvas top connected to metal poles, anchored to the floor and to the house. I knocked on the door, no one answered. I left a courtesy note. I checked records for this awning, and there's no permit issued or applied for this awning. I then received a phone call from a representative of the property. Her name was Brooke. She stated that they were going to remove the structure. I revisited the property to find that it just had been disconnected from the house and the driveway. This did not comply the case. In order to comply this case, the structure will have to be removed completely or to obtain the required permit. The city is requesting the special magistrate to find that the violations exist and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or a $100 a day fine thereafter. I would allow the respondent to speak.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, compared to what? Yeah.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Walter W. Carnetz.
Okay, Mr. Carnetz, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance by completely removing the awning or getting the required permit within 63 days as the city has requested?
Absolutely, yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. Now, it's very important if something happens and you can't do that to make sure you keep in touch with the inspector, because after 63 days, fines will begin to accrue, okay?
Oh, it'll be easy. It'll get done. Yeah, it needs to be done.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to know, is what I've got to do and how long I've got to do it, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll give you 63 days. And
Wow.
Wow, is that wow good or wow not?
Wow, good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Sure.
glad. All right, 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. Not, yeah, 100?
Yeah, $100 a day thereafter. That's why I'm telling you, make sure before the 63 days is up, if you run into a problem, you contact the inspector.
Not to worry, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, next case.
He has one more. Sir.
Sir, wait.
Our next case, page 6. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Case number CE 2504-0415, case address 1332 Citrus Isle, owner Walter W. Karnitz, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning, Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2504-0415 for the property located at 1332 Citrus Isle. Inspection of the property was performed on March 16 and cited for the following violation: 47-196B. There is evidence of a vessel docked at the RS8 zone property that is being used to live aboard. This activity is a prohibited use in this RS8 zone area. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner, listed on BCPA via first class mail on March 16, 2025, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. There has been contact made with the tenant and with the owner and representative of the property. Special magistrate request form sent on May 14 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on June 10th. And pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation still has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $500 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into evidence, and I believe the owner is here with us today.
Okay,
Would you repeat the part about what it is needs to be done?
okay, certainly.
Yeah.
What the problem is that no one is allowed to live on a vessel in the backyard like that, okay?
Right.
So what they're asking me to do is to give you 10 days to get them to evacuate the property or enter a fine of $500 per day.
Now, they can't be a guest in my home?
I'm going to let the inspector ask, if it's a temporary 2
Right.
or 3 days. I mean, how does that work?
Magistrate, the times that I have been there inspecting the property, there has been a gentleman with a lady living in the vessel itself at nighttime as well. Unfortunately, it is a prohibited city ordinance that liveaboards are not permitted to be on the vessel itself.
Okay.
That's the evidence that I have.
Okay.
Now, yeah, my question is, can they be a guest in my home?
Inside your home?
Yeah, sure.
Of course, inside your home, you can do whatever you please.
Oh, all right.
You just can't have someone living in the boat in the backyard.
Magistrate, we do have a video of one of our inspections that we did with the police. Evidence shows that the gentleman that lives on the vessel is inside the vessel living.
Or working on a boat. Yeah, he has a motor bad. Yeah.
The motor is bad? One of them.
Two.
Okay.
He has, he has money problems, so I'm just waiting. And he's a guest. He has helped me more than anyone here that I recognize.
In this video, your magistrate, when you see the video, we first attempted to knock on the door to actually have contact with the property owner. Unfortunately, nobody came to the door.
When was this? Did they need to get in the house?
This is on April 17th, 2025, is what the film says.
What is it?
We're going to forward the video to the actual event where the gentleman is seen living on the vessel itself.
Okay, I don't think he's denying that someone's staying there. Is that correct? Sir, there is someone living on that boat right now?
There's a woman on the boat now.
Okay.
That had just had a hysterectomy.
Okay.
Right. And she normally would be in the house, but she's, you know, I've never had a hysterectomy, so I don't know.
And you never will.
Yeah, and I don't know how disabling that is. He's recovering. It should probably take 20 days to the end of the month.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you 20 days, and because of the health concerns there. But, you know, I would suggest if you wanted to continue to have her as a guest, to move her into your house.
Inside, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, she's
All right.
disabled and
Okay,
had
yeah.
that
Probably not a good
operation.
place for her anyway. All right, thank you very much. I think you have one more hearing, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe there are members of the public that want to speak on this case.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, they're here.
Okay. Yes. Sir, sir.
You want this seat?
Yeah, if you could just, move the chair a little so folks can speak.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't know there was other people here to speak on this case. Go ahead.
Good morning, Magistrate. My name is Tom Runyon. I represent the remainderment interest holder of the property.
Okay.
One thing on your note of compliance with 20 days, what is your order as to what compliance is? And
Compliance
can you be very
is that
specific?
nobody can live on that boat. Okay.
And if no one's living on it, that's
He
compliance?
understands that, yes.
Does the vessel have to be moved away from the property?
That's not in front of me today.
Okay.
Okay? What's in front of me is that someone is living on the boat. And I gave him 20 days in order to evacuate that person, given her disability and health issues. And if he doesn't after 20 days, there'll be a fine of $500 a day. Okay?
If this person were to move back on the boat after 20 days,
Then it would come back in front of me as a recurring violation, and there'd be more consequences.
understood. And to show compliance, does the property need to have another inspection by the inspector?
Yes, he
And-
will inspect in order to comply the case.
And
He'll
how would he
re-inspect.
determine that this person is no longer living there?
Well, I'm sure that Mr. Karanis will let him explore the situation and, you know,
Does that include going onto the boat? Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
They can't go
all
on
right,
the boat.
thank you
You
very
need-
much.
I would like to submit this to you.
Okay. And your name, sir? You need to stand behind the podium and cite your name. State your
Mark
name.
Hermes. I'm a resident of 1328 Citrus Isle. I live right next door.
Okay.
So I'm here on behalf of the residents of Citrus Isle, and I'd like to paint a little picture of kind of really what's going on here. Last year, I bought the house about 14 years ago, and Diane was Walter's husband, and she's a wonderful person. And over those years, my daughter would go inside, do artwork. They would have them over for dinner, everything. She would go on the swing set, everything. She passed away about 2 years ago.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And
for your
since
loss.
then, unfortunately, Walter has kind of gone the wrong direction, unfortunately, and I'm going to get to that in a second. So about last year, there was police presence at the house. I thought Walter had OD'd like he did last time the cops took him. I did not know that. The real situation that happened at Citrus Isles. So after the many work, there was a business being conducted
Sir,
on the street.
does this have anything to do with the woman living in the boat? That's the only thing in
Yes.
front of me today.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, you're going to see the whole painted picture because she is registered at that house with cars and the gentleman that lives on the boat. So when I saw all the cars, I then did my research. There was a black van. This is really important. And I know this is kind of not, but this is painting a really bad picture. And when I looked it up, I found out that Sonny Michael Steele, living on the boat, is named Bernard, in 1983 was arrested in Cuba, spent 4 months in jail, then 20 years ago or 25 years ago is a sexual predator. The cops that were at the house a year ago arrested him because his yellow school bus was not registered and used in human trafficking. It is all in that file, ma'am.
So, and if he is living on the boat, he will be removed pursuant to my order.
Okay, so going to that, I want you, because this is what happened in February, and this is painting the picture. I called the city. They got rid of this black Scooby-Doo van. They came onto the property. This gentleman said Sonny lives in the house. The case was closed. I then took 45 days of videos and pictures that are in there, time-stamped. Him coming out, washing his towels with no shirt. He is 2 feet from my property line. It gets worse. The cops have been there multiple times. First the boat, he told the police officers that the boat moves. The boat doesn't move. Then he fixed the engines. Everything is kind of a lie, and there's a lot of proof in there to show some stuff. I have pictures of her months ago coming out of that boat. She does not live in this house. There is now a case for elderly abuse that has now been put into place. And all this information is getting because the Adult Protective Services think that he's being taken advantage of Sonny back here. So it all really came to an end yesterday or Sunday when I get a phone call that Sonny Michael Steele, a registered sex offender, is in my backyard because walking off that boat. I have videos, proof, 350 pages. It is so sad that I live in a neighborhood and my daughter cannot walk outside of the house by herself.
Sir, believe me, I sympathize with
I'm
your
asking you
position.
not to do 20 days. I'm asking you to do it immediately because they've had over a year to cure the situation. And she does not live in that house. I have proof right there.
Okay, all right, all right.
And one more.
He has already admitted that she is living on the boat, so that is a moot issue.
So I'm asking you to really look through that file, to really see what's in there. It is disgusting. I have been fighting. The city asked, the police told me to put cameras on my house facing that boat. And I don't know the laws, but why would a sexual predator be allowed to go in my backyard when I have a 12-year-old daughter?
Sir, believe me, I sympathize with you. I have 2 daughters myself. But this is not in front of me today.
Okay, that's fine.
I
am
don't
done.
have the authority to do anything about a sexual
Can I ask
predator.
you a question? Who does? Because I've gone this nightmare for a year. Okay, the city, the police, they've been out to my house so many times. It is a nuisance. All his cars out there, people working, shirtless, 1 feet from my property where my daughter, I have to close my blinds. I'm done speaking, but my daughter would like to say something.
Okay.
Ma'am, it's okay. Remember what you said you wanted to say. It's okay. Just if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But just
Sweetheart, it's okay. You're okay. You're okay. You can.
Say what's on your mind, please. What you wanted to.
You don't have to talk if you don't want to. Okay. Just tell me your names, dear.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
You know, she's
that's
obviously
fine.
very upset with her boy. Yeah. I sympathize with you.
I'm asking not 20 days. I'm asking immediately. This is the con
all right,
artist.
okay.
Read the stuff.
Sir, it would be helpful if you don't speak when I'm speaking. It makes the record all garbled, okay? All I'm telling you is that I don't have the authority to deal with sexual offenders. And that is not what is in front of me today. So we have to stick what's in front of me today. And I'm going to ask Mr. Carnes, did you tell me that just the woman is living on this boat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about this gentleman? Is he also living on this boat?
He comes and goes off the boat.
Okay. Well, that's not.
Bedroom in the house.
That's not permitted. Okay. He cannot stay on that boat.
Yeah, I understand that, but he can come and go because he helps the woman on the boat, his wife.
Okay. He cannot spend the night and stay on that boat. Do you understand me at all?
I understand you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My ruling is that that boat needs to be evacuated with this woman that needs a little extra help in 20 days. But the gentleman cannot stay there.
She'd be walking in 20 days.
Okay. All right.
Can you, if there's something that I'm asking this special magistrate to help me, not obviously because you can't, can you please tell me what my rights and how I can handle this situation? Because the Fort Lauderdale police can't do anything. And the last thing I want to do is have to sue the house.
I am very sorry, but I am not permitted to give you legal advice. It would be very inappropriate for me to do that.
Okay.
I suggest that you seek legal counsel.
And this is my last comment, but out of 255 pages of photos, videos, you will see he doesn't come and go. Mia, please.
I don't think that there's any, that he is admitting that the woman lives there.
I'm not talking about the woman. I'm sorry.
Please don't speak when I'm speaking. He is admitting that the woman lives there and the man comes and goes to assist her. I am telling him today the man can't live there.
Thank you.
Okay? I am telling him today that he has 20 days to help this woman find another place to live. Okay? End of hearing. Oh, yes. Or there'll be a fine of $500 a day thereafter. Okay? All right. You have one more hearing, sir.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Mohammed Dam, case number CE 2502-0621, case address 1332 Citrus Isle, owner Walter W. Carnetz, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0621 for property located at 1332 Citrus Isle. This property was first inspected on February 22nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied, 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. Outdoor storage in the front, sides, and rear of the property. Items including but not limited to tools, ladders, car parts, cardboard boxes, blue tarp canopy, and miscellaneous items are being stored outdoors. 9-306 complied. 47-19.1.d withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 4th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 47-34.1.8.1 or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, Mr. Carnaz.
Yes.
Can you state your name for the record one more time?
I'm Walter Carnetz.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance by removing all that outdoor storage within 10 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Most of it's already been What can I keep on the back? This is the back porch, and I have a table there, and I have my artwork and other little projects and tools and whatnot. Can they be left on the table?
Okay, I'm going to let the inspector come back and talk to you after the hearing about what's appropriate to be on that property and what needs to be taken away, okay?
Right, I never got any, I don't think I got anything written, did I? About each thing that needed to be done?
Yes, we can speak outside and I can explain it to you. But basically, you can leave only outdoor furnitures. If you have a bike, that's all. You cannot have tools. You cannot have bricks, ladders stored outside.
Okay, and flower pots?
You have over 100 flower pots.
Good for me, yeah. But
Yes, sir, but there's a lot of water coming in.
well, most of them have holes in the bottom. We got the dirt.
The problem with empty flower pots is they fill with water, they attract mosquitoes.
These have holes in the bottom, and
yeah.
I understand.
Still,
yeah.
100
Yeah.
is too much, okay?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so
That's good, yeah.
10 days to remove the storage or $100 a day. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Next case.
Any more?
No more. Good luck to you, sir.
You're done. Okay, have a nice
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Leonard Champagne.
I got it.
Case number CE 25050551. Case address 828 Southwest 16th Street. Owner Ilya Dror. Posted at property 52825. Posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Len Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale.
We're waiting for a minute to let them clear out.
Okay.
You want to make these part of the record?
If they want to, but he already admitted to.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 25050551, address 828 Southwest 16th Street. This property was cited on 5/22/25 for 18-1. On May 19, 2025, occupants of this vacation rental property engaged in behavior that resulted in a shooting, which led to the death of an individual. As a result of this incident, the property is constituted as a public nuisance. It was being maintained in such a manner that the property treated it or endangered the public health, safety, or welfare, or adversely affecting and impaired the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This violation is transient in nature, and as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate, whether or not the violation complies to impose the fines in an amount up to $15,000.
Your Honor, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. We have with us today a sergeant from our homicide division who is also going to offer some brief testimony with regard to the general facts of this case, understanding that, of course, it is an open investigation, so we're not going to get into really a lot of the detail. But, Sergeant, if you could just state your name and your position with the city.
Don Geiger, I'm the homicide sergeant for Lauderdale Police Department.
And, Sergeant, are you familiar with the property 828 Southwest 16th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
We had a homicide that occurred over there on, I don't have the date in front of me, on May 19th. Yeah. There was an Airbnb rental. There was a party at the Airbnb. Police were called because the party got out of hand. They were pepper spraying people inside the house. Neighbors and witnesses heard it. Police evacuated the party. Once police left, patrons started going back into the residence. Police came back to remove them from the residence, and then the shooting occurred approximately 4 houses down in the roadway.
And, Sergeant, you would confirm that the shooting did involve guests of this address?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all the city has at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else from the inspector before I go to the respondent? Okay. All right. Please state your name.
Hold on 1 second, Counsel, 1 second. Whoever has the phone, can you please turn it off?
Okay.
Apologies, counsel, you want to state your name again?
Stuart Teller on behalf of Mr. Dror, Stuart A. Teller, PA.
Welcome.
First and foremost, I would like to move to dismiss this because the cited ordinance has nothing to do with a shooting off property, as Sergeant Geiger has testified to at this point. They are charged with a shooting in the street. The ordinance specifically indicates that it applies to reasonably infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, wild animal, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens and endangers the public health, safety, and welfare, or may reasonably cause disease or adversely affects and impairs economic welfare of adjacent properties. I don't know how we're taking a small clause in a subsection of the ordinance and trying to expand it to
Read
cover.
the subsection to me.
That is subsection 1 of 18.1, of section 1 of 18.1. It's declared unlawful and a public nuisance for an owner in the property to maintain such property. That has nothing to do with the shooting. Number 2.
It doesn't make sense.
Subsection 18.7, or dash 7, excuse me. Vacant dwellings or buildings, nuisances specified. Again, this is not applicable to a facility that is licensed to have an Airbnb. They're using a minor clause taken completely out of context to try and damage my client by imposing fines for something. They're not the insurer of any activity on a property. It's well known. That's basic Hornbook law. Nobody can impose a duty such as this. The people are vetted before they get there. Airbnb, the property manager will testify if you need it, that the people are vetted before they get there. They can't be responsible for every action. They are not the insurer. And then we get to the concept of unequal application. In speaking with the code inspector prior to the hearing, he's indicated that he's never seen this type of situation. An off-property incident, domestic, I'm assuming domestic violence, but I can't tell you for sure because we're not able to even access the police report because there isn't one. It's an ongoing investigation. And you're trying to hold a homeowner responsible for something that happens off property? That is beyond comprehension. So that's the starting point.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses you want to bring on?
I want to first question the inspector and the police sergeant, if you don't mind. Okay. Mr. Champagne, good morning. Thank you for speaking with me yesterday and today. Let me just verify that you were not at the scene at the time any of these alleged actions happened?
No, was not there.
Okay. As part of your duties under the Fort Lauderdale ordinances, when you go out to inspect a property, you're supposed to be able to testify as to personal knowledge?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry. Under your responsibilities as a code inspector in the city of Fort Lauderdale, aren't you required to have personal knowledge before citing a homeowner? You're supposed to go out and be able to verify that something happened, correct?
Well, no, with a certain indication, if I go and we get a complaint, I'll go and investigate to see if there was a violation.
Okay, what investigation did you do?
Say again?
What investigation did you do?
On this property? On this property, I went and I posted the property, as you can see on the pictures.
Okay, but...
Okay, to investigate it, I just looked into the case and found the information like call for service report, and that's what I investigated.
So you relied on hearsay on top of hearsay to determined that this was a nuisance.
Lenny, don't answer that. I'm going to object, Your Honor. First of all, hearsay is admitted and counsel is testifying for the inspector, so I'm going to object on both those grounds.
The exception to the rules of the city code indicate that hearsay cannot form the basis for a violation, and that is found at excuse me 1 second. In section 1118, enforcement procedures, a code inspector, this is 18A, code inspector is authorized to issue a citation violation notice to a person or entity based upon his or her personal investigation. Code inspector has reasonable cause to believe the person is committed or responsible for maintaining or permitting a violation of the code.
I don't think, was this cited as a citation?
No.
Well, it's cited as a violation with a penalty of almost $15,000.
A different section, but go ahead.
So, okay. And let's see. As far as admissible evidence, going back to the, I can cite you to, if I can find it here, 1113 sub E, hearsay evidence may be accepted for the purpose of supplementing or explaining any direct evidence, but such hearsay evidence shall not, in and of itself, be considered sufficient to support a finding or decision unless the evidence would be admissible over objections in a civil action. The burden of proof is on the inspector to show by the greater weight of the evidence that a code violation exists, the alleged violator committed it, and was responsible for maintaining the violation to continue, and that is subsection J. Mr. Champagne, did you ever speak with the homeowner or his representative?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you that the homeowner or the management company, this is the property manager, O'Neill Dror, she received a phone call at approximately 3:30 in the morning from one of the other guests, immediately called Fort Lauderdale PD, even though she was in Japan at the time, and requested that PD show up. They stayed for approximately half an hour.
So, counsel, you're testifying or you're questioning
No, I'm
the inspector?
giving the chronology, and she will back it up.
Okay.
If you
are
want,
you done question?
Okay, well, let's move on to Sergeant Greer. Sergeant, good morning. Thank you for coming today. Do you know the chronology of how Fort Lauderdale PD was summoned to the property?
Yes.
How was that?
The neighbor, I guess in the adjoining unit, called the management company because of the party, and there was pepper spray being sprayed. So I guess she called 911. Somebody called 911, police responded. We were there for approximately 25-30 minutes because we waited for fire rescue because some people had eye irritations from the pepper spray. And then we left the property, and then we were called back because patrons went back into the property.
Who called to have them
I don't
come
know
back?
who called back.
Okay.
I don't know who called back.
Would it surprise you if the property manager called again from Japan?
Objection relevance, and whether he's surprised or not is completely irrelevant to anything under the sun.
Sustained.
At the time that the officers were there for approximately 25 or 30 minutes, did they ask the crowd to disperse and remove them?
Yes, they were told to leave the property.
Okay. Did they comply?
Yes.
Okay. Did the officers feel that there was any danger of any escalation at that time, to your knowledge?
They were stayed on scene, and then we call it a hot call, but a vehicle burglary or a stolen vehicle came out, so they left. They didn't feel their need for anything, but they immediately came back once they were called again. They left the scene, and as soon as police left, patrons started to go back into the residence, and that's when police came back.
Okay. The subsequent phone call came in. The marked unit returned to the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did the shooting happen?
They were on, it's captured on body cam video. There's officers in the front and the rear of the property trying to remove patrons from the residence. And as they're removing patrons from the residence, the shooting occurred.
What, if anything, from Fort Lauderdale PD's perspective, could the homeowner have done differently?
I don't know. I wasn't there at the time. I don't know.
Okay. Was this, in your opinion, a random act of violence?
Well, I can't speak
excuse
on
me one
it.
second. Such as you would find anywhere else in the city of Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, I mean, we're having a lot of them at Airbnbs. Yeah.
Okay. Have you investigated any homicides or assaults at other hotels or in Fort Lauderdale, city of Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
Okay. Have they been cited under 18-1 for nuisance?
You'd have to check with code. It's out of my purview.
Okay. Currently, the perpetrator, the shooter, is unknown, correct?
For the sake of this hearing, yes.
Okay. And the shooting did not happen on the property. It happened approximately several hundred feet away?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further of Sergeant Greer. Okay. Now I'd like to call O'Neill Drawer. Okay, here. Ms.
Please.
Drawer, could you tell the
Please
court
state your name for the record.
O'Neill Drawer.
Okay.
in what capacity are you here today?
What'd you say?
What capacity are you here today?
What do you mean capacity?
Are you here as property manager?
Yes, I'm here as a property manager.
Your name is the same as the owner?
Yeah, he's my father and I manage the property for him.
Okay.
Can you briefly describe what happened on the date of the incident?
Yeah, I was in Japan, like he said. I got the first message at 3:45 a.m. from, this happened in Unit B, so I got the first message from Unit A, which is a guest nearby. They basically told me that there was loud noise. They didn't say any violence was occurring. They just said people were being very loud. You know, as a property manager, whenever I get that, I immediately call the guest. I give them one warning. Second warning, they're out. So by 3:48, I began making multiple calls to the guest at Unit B, which is the one where the issue occurred. By 3:51, I successfully reached Eubens. That was the guy who booked the Airbnb. I gave a clear and verbal warning they needed to lower the volume or face eviction. By 3:54, I received a video from the neighbor of loud screaming, and by 3:55 a.m., Unit A notified me that it was obviously, they were yelling and saying threats, so he told me that he called 911 immediately. At 3:56, I called Eli Drawer, and I told him that the police are on the way and what was going on. At 3:57, a neighbor confirmed the police had arrived, and cameras showed the arrival of the police. When I was out of the country, I remained fully engaged, responsible throughout the entire situation. I was constantly on my cameras, communicating back and forth. At 4 a.m., I called both my managers to go on scene because I wanted to make sure that these guests left the home. 4:11, they were on the way. At 4:16, I received multiple phone calls from the guest, Unit B, asking to stay, and I said, of course you can't because of the disturbance that was going on. At 4:23 a.m., the police did leave the property, and they left the guests in the driveway, and I have videos of everything, and they let the guests go back into the home. When I called the police, I told them, my property managers also called the police, and we told them that nobody can stay at the home, that they have to leave. So at 4:23, the police left. By 4:26, I strongly disagree. Given the seriousness of the situation and my concern for the safety of the neighborhood and the property, I immediately called Fort Lauderdale Police Department and urged them to return to the home and remain on site until the situation was fully under control. So I called them at 4:26. They told me that they already received the other calls to go back, and then I called Broward County Sheriff Office at 4:27. By 4:29 a.m., my managers waited nearby for the police to arrive. At 4:35, police arrived at the property again. And at 4:38 a.m., I was in direct contact with the police on site, providing them with detailed information, including a voicemail from the guest. I repeatedly emphasized that everyone must evacuate and cooperate fully with law enforcement. And around 4:40, the home was cleared. So here I'm just trying to show you that even though I was out of the country, I made sure that my managers were there. I constantly called the police. Even when I disagreed with their decision to leave, I just had a feeling that I needed to call back again and make sure that everything was under control. And I feel like at a certain point it wasn't, and they left.
If I could just ask Sergeant one question. What time was this homicide?
Let me look at the call notes here. .4:30. 04:30 hours was what time it came out.
The second time.
Second time.
You were still engaged with them?
Were the police on scene when the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever, to your knowledge, has this property been cited for a nuisance violation?
No, never.
Okay. And other than the police, have you been contacted by code enforcement?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cross-examine?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
I appreciate it. I believe there's a neighbor that would like to speak.
okay.
Two neighbors. Excellent. Come forward, please.
I'm Millicent Porter. I live at 816 Southwest 16th Street, two doors up from the property. I've been there since 1992. The only crime we've had on our street since 1992 is one burglary until sometime in May when we had a murder. I know there's not much the city can do about vacation rentals as businesses in residential areas and having a constant flow of transient people. However, what I would like code enforcement to now do, since we have a property that's been highlighted in a crime, to go back 180 days and look at all of the noise monitoring decibel levels in the property. If it's a licensed vacation rental, it should have those decibel findings, and if they are over the noise limits, to give them fines.
Okay, I'm sure the inspector has heard you on that, but that's not in front of me this morning, so
I know what in
can't
front of
rule
you
that.
is to suspend the license?
No.
Vacation rental license?
No.
I can't unless they have a number of violations on record, and then I can suspend. They'll look into it.
And I will say the police there were there until 9 o'clock at night. So I was not able to get in and out of my house. It impacted my neighborhood greatly. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Hi. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. I can talk to you more afterwards, but I did just want to make a note when you referenced requesting from the noise monitoring devices. That is something that we can request, and we can speak to the property owners or responsible parties about what is occurring at the property. But unfortunately, that is not a tool that we can use to cite. So from that data that we pull.
Vacation rentals are supposed to have noise
Yes,
monitoring.
ma'am. I'm saying they do have it.
And get fined if they're
Well,
over levels.
they do have it. We have the ability to request it. They must furnish it to us. If they don't furnish it to us, then that may become a violation. But however, we can't issue a citation based off of the data that they provide to us. I can talk to you more about it afterwards, but I did just want to address it.
There are fines involved. I don't know how you limit, how you exercise
Well,
those fines
for that data,
according to the
it's-
amendment.
Okay, this a little
we're
off
Yeah,
topic.
it's okay.
Yeah, and there's another
Okay.
neighbor who
Thank
wants
you.
to come up and speak. Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, please state your name.
Hello, I'm Leo Singleton.
Yes.
I am the neighbor next door at 822 Southwest 16th Street. My house is the green one on the left of these photos. I live there with my wife, 3 kids. I have a 7-month-old, 2-year-old, and 4-year-old. Now, I met Mr. Jor about 2 years ago. He is the real estate developer who tore down the house next door, built this townhouse, these 2 townhouses. And, you know, we had our usual problems with construction, but it was construction. After completing them, he chose to rent these out on Airbnb approximately 6 months ago. And this is by no means the first issue we have had. There have been numerous complaints. I've reached out to Inspector Brown. We have filed with the city. The police have been out multiple times. There have been citations for parking, so it's not true that this is the first violation. They were also written up for not getting the vacation rental license 6 months ago. And this place has 2 swimming pools, 2 jacuzzis, outdoor kitchen. They may not advertise it as a party house, but you can imagine what happens here every single weekend. This has been a nuisance for my family and a safety threat. I first reached out to Mr. Jor, the owner. I called him, warning him because we had anyone, he rents to anyone, they come in and out. They don't vet people. I've called him because our neighbors have suspected drug dealers. They've seen people coming and going, and they call the police. They come out, they respond, but then it happens again. And now it's come to this. I mean, I've never thought this would be, I'm afraid for my family's safety next door. We literally had a shooting. And on the night, I don't know how much I can get into of the facts of the case, but the tenants were not in the house. You know, as they said, the shooting occurred down on the street. His tenants were on my property. They came not on the sidewalk, but up the driveway. I've shared the Ring camera video with Detective St. Jean at Fort Lauderdale Police Department. But they came up my driveway to hide a bag by my trash cans around 3 a.m. the night before the shooting, and then came and got it immediately before it happened. So if this isn't a threat to public safety and the neighbors, I don't know what is. And look, I really ask you, what can you do to just suspend this vacation rental license and get this over with? This does not belong in our neighborhood. We've lived here since 2020. There have never been any incidents until an Airbnb opened up next door.
Yeah, the way suspension works is you have to have a certain amount of violations that have been found factually to have occurred, and then I can go ahead and suspend them. But that's not in front of me today. One of the limitations I have with this job is that I can only decide what is in front of me today. And so if there are no violations in front of me today that warrant suspension, I don't have that authority. Do you agree? City
Yes, Your
Attorney?
Honor. Yes, the city code requires, Your Honor, a certain number of qualifying violations. Obviously, if there was a finding today, it would be a qualifying violation. There may be others. I'm not super familiar with the property, but it's a strike, if you will, if the magistrate were to find on behalf of the city. And then a suspension case could be brought at a future meeting, depending on, again, if they meet the minimum qualifying violations.
But now...
But not today. That's not before the magistrate.
Okay, that wasn't my understanding. I thought in the vacation rental ordinance, it said that the vacation rental license could be revoked if it were a threat to public safety, a violation of 18-1, I believe. I'm not a lawyer, but that's what my understanding was when I called the city.
I haven't been asked for that remedy by the city at this point.
That would be a separate process because, again, we're still here today discussing the validity of the current violation, which is the 18-1. So the property owner still would be entitled to have notice of any sort of revocation or suspension after a hearing on this particular case.
Okay.
Your Magistrate?
Yes.
For clarity, Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. In the code, it does state that the certificate of compliance can be denied, revoked, or suspended by the city manager or his or her designee upon the adjudication of a violation of this article, any city ordinance or state law by the responsible party, property owner, or transient occupant. And so the steps forward would be, if this is deemed a offense to suspend, we will come back to suspend at a later date. But today we just want to have an adjudication for what occurred at the property.
And unfortunately, I can only rule on what's in front of me, and the city is not asking me to suspend because they have a right to have notice of that. And so you got to dot all your I's and cross all your T's, or it comes back to haunt you. Okay? So anything else that you want to tell me?
No, that's all.
Okay. How often is there problems at this property that you've witnessed?
Probably twice a month, up until, it's been empty since the shooting in mid-May.
Okay.
But
what do you recall about the night of the shooting?
there was noise from next door. My property, it's townhouses, right? The pool and people next door are 5 feet away from my house. So there was noise, but I guess we've become accustomed to noise from next door from the past couple months.
Did you see a lot of people there?
I did not go out. No, I did not. I did not go out. I did not call. I was just trying to keep my kids in bed and back to sleep. And I heard some gunshots around 4:45 or so in the morning. And that's when I went out and found out what was going on. And it wasn't until maybe 5:30 that I decided to check my Ring camera and realized that they actually were on my property too.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time and for your information.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just have a few comments, and then we'll be done. Again, we're getting back to the whole concept of property owner being an insurer. If people went onto a neighbor's property while the police were there, how's that the homeowner's responsibility? He can't control people. The police department is conducting a stop, an investigation, whatever. If these people are walking onto somebody else's property, it's not the property owner's fault. That is clearly not relevant to the issues of this particular matter. They've been cited for a violation for a shooting. Just like any other random act of violence, if these people had been walking down the street further down, they're going to come back and blame the property owner? That is preposterous. That's not what the ordinance contemplates. That's not what the law contemplates. So I would ask you again to dismiss this violation because it is inappropriate given what the ordinance says and the fact that they're trying to pull out 3 words out of an entire clause that, standing alone, very attractive. It's a nuisance. But when it's read in context, as any statute has to be read, it makes no sense. They're talking about mosquitoes and vermin and windows being boarded up further in the statute, cars being removed, but not one iota of information talking about criminal activity by a non-owner out in a public street, no less, while the police are there. So I don't know what else I can urge at this point, but it's certainly not to hold the homeowner. If it was any of the other neighbors, if the same thing had happened, other than the fact that it's an Airbnb, which I believe Ms. Drawers testified, these people are vetted by Airbnb. They have to rent to anybody that passes a background check. Otherwise, it's discrimination under federal law. You cannot discriminate on the basis of, and we all know this as attorneys. So if a background check is run and there's no red flags, what else are they supposed to do? Thank you.
Okay. I'm sure you want to weigh in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I want to just start back at the beginning and then go through some of the testimony if I could. So 18-1, as Your Honor knows, conditions declared public nuisances, has been used with regularity by code enforcement. as a catch-all, and its generalized language is meant as such. While not a statute, as council stated, it is city code, and most importantly, there are a number of nuisances that are highlighted, not meant, again, to be limiting in any way, because the clauses are separated, of course, importantly by ors. They're not dependent clauses, they're independent clauses. So I'll just read, again, for purposes of the record, the entire section. It is declared unlawful and a public nuisance for any owner of any property in this city to maintain such property or to permit such property to be maintained in such a manner that the property is or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, comma, or may furnish a breeding for mosquitoes, comma, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, welfare, comma, or may reasonably cause disease, comma, or adversely affects and impairs the economic welfare of adjacent property. I think the testimony today, Your Honor, has evidenced not only by the sergeant, but actually by the two residents that spoke in the effect and what has happened on this property, but also the property manager herself. She testified extensively that there was a disturbance that basically lasted till all hours of the middle of the night. It required multiple police responses. That clearly is going to fall under the clear language of threatening or endangering the public health, safety, or welfare. I do disagree with counsel that a property owner is not responsible for what happens on their property. They absolutely are. We have hearings multiple times a month where everyone is responsible for, this is what we're here for, right? The individual, the property owner, is responsible for what happens on their property. If it's graffiti, the property owner is responsible for what happens on their property, even though clearly a property owner is not going to graffiti their own property. Illegal storage, derelict vessels, derelict vehicles, again, it's all on the property, and the property owner is responsible for what occurs on their property. I believe that, again, while, and the sergeant was very clear in his testimony as well, that certainly while the shooting was down the block, it involved the patrons of this business. This is not a regular residence. It is governed by a separate section of the city code for short-term vacation rentals. So it is a little bit different. It's also similarly distinct from a hotel or other commercial business. There are standards that the property owner is responsible for. And I believe today we have seen through the testimony of the two neighbors, the sergeant and the property manager, that clearly the evening and early morning hours, if you will, of clear disturbance, multiple police responses, and the shooting involving the guests of this business meet the criteria of threatening or endangering the public health, safety, and welfare as set forth in Section 18-1, and we would ask for a finding that it was irreparable or irreversible and ask for a $15,000 fine.
Your Honor, if I might respond, counsel has made a very eloquent argument. Unfortunately, none of it is apropos to this case. By her own admission, the shooting occurred down the block. We don't know who the shooter was, so how can it conceivably be implied that it was my client's responsibility? They are not the police department. They are not the Broward County Sheriff. They are not law enforcement of any other nature. They cannot stop somebody, and the sergeant's even said he can't disclose a name to us at this point. Could have been some Joe off the street. I don't know. Just walks up, says, okay, bang, you're dead. There is no requirement that the property owner be an insurer of the safety of their patrons. They are required to comply with lawfully recognized statutes, ordinances. This ordinance is being used as a catch-all by pulling out an "or" from an ordinance that deals with vermin and rodents, vermin,
I'm
animals.
familiar
We're going
with
to
the
keep
statute.
going
You
over
don't have to read
but
it again.
how they are trying to transition this just because they feel like they need a catch-all to persecute Airbnbs. If the city commission felt this was important enough, they would have enacted an ordinance saying, oh, crime on your property is tantamount to a public nuisance. They have not. The and or that, and I'll be very brief, the ands and ors that council was pointing to in 18-7, subsection A, vacant and unoccupied buildings or a portion thereof, whose doors or windows or other openings are broken, missing, unsecured, so as to allow access to the interior.
Your Honor, we're not under
B.
18.7. We're under 18.1.
We're talking about 18.7, which is the entire statute defining nuisance.
Okay, but she's being charged with 18-1.
For a shooting that didn't occur on their property.
You said that. I got that. I got that part.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. What I'm struggling with is what is the nuisance created by the homeowner that led to the events of that night? I mean, I guess what the homeowner failed to do or should have done that could have prevented what happened that night?
Well,
or does it matter? Just the fact that the nuisance existed and for an hour or so or two, whatever it was, it continued to exist. I mean, that's what I'm struggling with.
Right. So, Your Honor, and again, that's why, and thank you for that question. I believe it is exactly the latter, and why you asked the question that way, because it's irreparable or irreversible. We see that as things have been brought before you. A party can't handle, like a loud noise at a party. It happens. It's irreparable or irreversible. In this case, the hours of again, as testified to not only by the sergeant but the property manager of, the calling of the 911, the party that was out of control, the pepper spraying, the screams, the impact on the neighborhood, the return of the police presence, all of that constitutes the public nuisance that's irreparable or irreversible. And indeed, understanding that the responsible party was responding, albeit from another country, but that is the nature of an irreparable or irreversible violation as contemplated by the city code and by state statute.
Okay. Well, I'm going to find that there certainly existed a public nuisance that night, and that as the property owner, they are responsible under the statute for public nuisances created by their property. It is apparent, or the testimony is, that this party that went on for hours spilled out into the streets, and as a result of that, someone was shot. That's the finding I make. I make it, and it is, I have a factual finding that there was a public nuisance that evening. In terms of the fine, I'm going to impose a fine of $2,500, and that's my ruling.
Your Honor, if I just clarify something for the record. They didn't spill out onto the street. They were requested out by the police department. So it was assuming there's going to be pending litigation, not necessarily.
That's a distinction with that I don't
it is
find
the people
determinative.
did not move out. They were requested by Fort Lauderdale
Yes, because they were being violent.
I just want to make the point.
Okay.
They weren't
Yeah.
in
my,
front party.
all right, please don't speak when I'm speaking. In my view, that is a distinction that does not determine the outcome. All right. Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2404-0555, case address 301 Southwest 1st Avenue. Owner, PMG Graybrook Riverfront 2 LLC. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 8/13/24. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine starts 6/11/2025, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas on behalf of the city. Case and address as read on record. This case first came before Special Master on June 11, 2024, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on April 16, 2024, and so far a total of 19 re-inspections have been made to the property. There were conversations by in person and in phone and on the property with the property representative. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. As of today, Magistrate, violations still exist. We do have the representative for the property here with us today.
Okay. Good morning, Counsel. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. Just a little background. I've done this in the past meetings, but it's important to give the background. There was originally a banner on this facade over here that was approved in 2020 in order to screen the garage. When that was approved, it was known to be temporary, and in our approval documents, it said it would be replaced every 5 to 7 years. We did come in with a new replacement of it. First of all, what they put up there was didn't get planning approval. We didn't know we needed planning approval, but it didn't get planning approval. But we did need to keep the garage screened because that's part of our site plan. So if we were to take this down right now, we're facing another code violation for not having the garage screened. So we know something needs to be up there. When we were originally cited, this looks like a sign right now. This is what we were cited for. It says flow.life. There's a website on it, clearly a sign. When we were cited for it, we submitted for planning approval, removing any reference to the building name, and all it said was humankind in the middle. Staff had originally been processing that as just an amendment to the plan. There were disagreements on whether humankind constituted a sign. It's not a brand name, it's not a trademark or anything, so we didn't believe it was. But anyway, there were disagreements back and forth on whether it was a sign. And we submitted that July 26th. We did end up getting comments from staff on November 4th. We resubmitted comments the same day, and about 10 days later, we're told that it's not acceptable as a sign. We did meet with the mayor, city commissioners, all other interested stakeholders, had focus groups on the design of this to come up with new designs. And in February, we still had not submitted as a sign yet. We weren't told officially at that point, you need to submit it as a sign and not as an amendment. We were told that right around the time of the last special magistrate meeting. So I don't have the exact date, but it was in February. We came to the special magistrate and we asked for a 63-day extension. After that, during that time, it was determined 100% you guys need, if staff is going to process this, then it needs to also be submitted as a sign. So we have two applications. One is to amend the garage screening, and two is as a sign.
And that's been admitted to the city?
They've both been submitted to the city, yes. The sign one was submitted a lot later when it was determined we won't process this unless you also submit a sign.
What's the status of that?
So right now, and it's only been about a week since this question has been posed, but when you have two applications with the same level, with different levels of review, the code requires them to be combined into one and processed as one. Staff is waiting on a response from the city attorney's office on the necessity or legality of that. It's only been a week, though, so it's not that.
So what are you asking me for today, Councilor?
I guess the shortest time period possible with an order to reappear. There are just still some outstanding questions on how to move this forward that we can't answer. So just a short time period with an order to reappear.
Okay.
So, and for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, Your Honor. We have Ella Parker, who's our Acting Deputy Director of DSD, here again, guest appearing, to shed some light on this. Your Honor, also, I would just add, we had to have Ms. Parker attend a hearing because counsel at one point said that the city was delaying the process, and through my subsequent investigation found that was not true. So we had to have Ms. Parker attend the next hearing to clarify that to Your Honor or to the other magistrate at the time. I think Ella can sort of detail the status and where we're at. There was some delay on behalf of the property owner because, as counsel did say, they decided to discuss things with the commissioners and the mayor, which again is their right, but that is also delayed the project. And it's the city's position at this time that we are opposed to any further extensions. It would need to come back as a Massey anyways, and within the scheduling of that, the property owner would still have that time to move forward. But it's been a year, and I'll let Ms. Parker speak as to sort of the history of where we're at now. Okay. If you could state your name and your position, please.
Sure. Ella Parker, good morning. Acting Deputy Director at Development Services Department. I will say that for the most part, everything that council has presented is accurate. However, I just wanted to note that I did come here this morning because I also heard that it was going to be that staff delayed the process, and that's absolutely not accurate. I will say that this application going back to over a year ago is something that the client could have easily have agreed to already amend and change and be more responsive to staff comments. Clearly, the screening is not appropriate for the building. That is why the staff initially did not recommend approval of it, because it is just a mesh material, whereas other buildings have more functional screening that's more permanent. And because there is a provision for how this original screening was approved with the condition that it be replaced every 5 to 7 years, it's clearly also shown us that it hasn't worked because in the South Florida environment, it gets tethered, it gets sun damaged. It's something that typically on other buildings, this type of screening is very temporary for construction purposes. To a building that's clearly very prominent in the city's downtown and on the river. So I just wanted to put that on the record as to why we're even talking about the screening administrative review application not being appropriate. On top of it, the violation that's in front of the special magistrate is really because it's also signage. Humankind does represent the brand. There's been a lot of discussions with our city attorney's office about how it does constitute a sign. So at this point, it's also not legal. And so having both the signage and the wording on this screening is just something the staff doesn't support and will not support. I don't understand why it's taken so long to get to this point, but it is accurate as far as where we are in the process. After a month and a half or so after the last hearing, the applicant submitted an application for the signage, which was something that wasn't required of the applicant, but is an option in the code. And that application was given an incompleteness review approximately 8 days ago. So, and now we're in this question mark as far as how it moves forward. But again, I just wanted to set the record straight, and I thank you for that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else to add?
No, everything Ella said is fine. I did not want to get into the more contentious part of it. So, there were definitely delays on our part, no doubt about it. But we were working during those delays, meeting with interested stakeholders, coming up with new design opportunities, et cetera.
I think a year and all these multiple extensions should have resolved the problem of a sign versus a screen or whatever. So I'm not willing to grant any more extensions, and the fines will begin to run. It'll be put on the Massey hearing, though, so your client will have the time between now and the Massey hearing in order to get this resolved and then you'll come back before me on a Massey.
Is it possible to stay the fines until that hearing?
No, sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Our next case, page 4, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 2504-0806, case address 730 Northeast 5th Avenue, numbers 1 through 7. Owner 730 5th LLC, posted at property 52325, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. Senior Code Officer Fitzgerald Simmons on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on April 26, 2025, following a neighbor complaint via hotline report number 250-426-192103 about loud noise in a wedding event, and the following violations were observed. Code Section 18-1. There is an unpermitted wedding event at this property that is creating a public nuisance. There is amplified sound plainly audible from 50 feet away from the sound source property line before 10 p.m. Multiple vehicles parked on the right-of-way, and a portable restroom trailer in the parking area. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. This violation is transient in nature, and as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate, whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. This concludes my testimony.
Okay, counsel.
Do we have videos?
Yes, so it's a combination. So the property is currently being advertised as an event space with no business tax receipt. In addition to that, there are vehicles parked on the right-of-way, as well as there's a portable trailer restroom right there without a permit or approval.
Volume.
There was noise that was plainly audible. If we could just come out and say it. In addition, for the record, I was made aware that it was a wedding event and the property was specifically being utilized for that purpose because the groom actually came out and spoke with us.
Okay. And is it my understanding that 17-7.1.A has been withdrawn?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it's just the public nuisance and multiple cars, et cetera? Well,
it's the public nuisance, Your Honor, yes,
Yes.
under 18-1.
all right. Okay, please state your name.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. I do have exhibits. A copy has been provided to the city attorney's office and the inspector, if you want to look at them as well. This is the second time, I know it was withdrawn, but this is the second time in the last year that they were cited for a noise violation. And I think it's important. I don't think the city code compliance understands where this property is. So I do have Exhibit B, which is the zoning map. This property is in the downtown regional activity center. This is not a residential area. This is not even a commercial area. This is the area where the city wants, it's a regional activity center. This is where they want activity. So we've been cited twice for code violations for plainly audible noise, but that's not the standard for here. So we
Your
do
Honor,
understand
again,
that
I would object to this whole platitude. I mean, first of all, I think it's insulting to say that the city doesn't know what they're doing, and number two, we've withdrawn that component of the violation. So we don't need to discuss it. We withdrew it. It's not before the magistrate.
I respectfully disagree. In the violation on the agenda here, part of it is that there's amplified sound plainly audible from 50 feet away.
Which I believe, counsel, you said that was true.
Yeah, correct, but that's not against the code. So yeah, it's true, and there were cars there, but that doesn't mean it's a code violation. Plainly audible is not the criteria in the downtown regional activity center for noise. They did not take a decibel reading of this. Was it plainly audible? Yes. But in this zoning district, decibels are the thresholds for legal versus illegal, and there wasn't a decibel reading taken. So that's why the noise violation, the specific noise violation, was withdrawn.
So it's gone. I'm not deciding that.
Good, understood. Next is, what are we even being cited for here? It's the section is public nuisance 18.1, which I provided as Exhibit A. And I guess that we're saying that a wedding, first of all, this is an Airbnb, vacation rental. It was rented out by a bride and groom who wanted to renew their vows and throw an event there and have people over. Some guests stayed there, some guests didn't. You're allowed to do that. That's not against the law. If you can rent out a vacation rental and throw a party. There are two things one thing that I see against the law here, and that there were two cars parked in the right-of-way. They did get us on that. But those are typical parking tickets. You don't cite people $15,000 for 2 parking tickets. Parking is not a public nuisance. If so, we would be giving out $15,000 parking tickets. So we're trying to figure out what exactly threatened or endangered the public health, safety, or welfare here, or may reasonably cause disease, or adversely affects and impairs the economic welfare of adjacent property. We don't know how that was violated here. There's a hotel with a nightclub on top of it right next door. This is not a single-family neighborhood, so we're just trying to figure out exactly what the public nuisance was. You're allowed to rent out an Airbnb and hold an event there. That's not an issue. That's what they did. You're not allowed to park on the street. Fair enough, but those are parking tickets are $40 a piece. You could even tow the cars. That's not a public nuisance under the code. If we violated the noise ordinance, I could maybe see that being a public nuisance, but they didn't take a decibel reading, so we don't.
Let's not go there again.
I'm just trying to figure out what exactly the specific public nuisance is here, because everything listed is not against the code.
I can help you, counsel, since
you
appear to be confused.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. So, Your Honor, as the inspector testified, it's being advertised as an event space. That's not permissible. Portable toilets without a permit, that's not permissible. Cars out in the street like that, not permissible. The Airbnbs cannot be rented out and just have a party with hundreds of people. There are limits on that. The reason why all of these are cited together, taken together, constitute a public nuisance. And for purposes of clarity of the record, since we discussed this at length at the previous or one of the previous hearings, 18-1 is a standard catch-all. It has been used and will continue to be used, and the clear verbiage talks about using the property or maintaining the property in such a manner that it may threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect or impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Again, all that taken together with the unpermitted trailer, portable restrooms, with the multiple vehicles, We can even take out the amplified sound, even though council has admitted that there was amplified, plainly audible sound as testified and as seen in the video and as testified by the inspector, and it's being advertised as shown as evidence, Your Honor, as an event space, if you want to go back to that flyer.
I do agree that that is a violation, but we were cited under the wrong section.
All those taken together constitute a public nuisance for this evening.
I'm sorry, Magistrate, and for the record, just to clarify for the record, this property is not an Airbnb.
It is an Airbnb.
Well, it's not registered with the city.
It's
as
not
an
required to. Under the city's vacation rental ordinance, only 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, or 4-bedroom properties on residential property are required to register. This isn't a downtown regional activity center, so it's not included in residential property. It does not need to be registered.
Understood. But when you're saying an Airbnb, my clarity for the record is not a registered Airbnb with the city, so that was my clarity for the record.
Understood. Yeah, it's not required to. I really don't disagree with anything that you're saying. What the things that you listed happened are not against the code. The only thing that you named that's against the code is the two cars that are in the.
And the portable restrooms without a permit and an advertising as an event space with no BTR.
We weren't cited. We were not cited for advertising without a business tax license, and we were not cited for putting a portable storage unit without a permit.
Does he have to be cited for? Do they have to be cited for these different violations in order to use that as evidence of a public nuisance on a particular night?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything that says that?
No, but the big difference is that you're normally, one, given time to comply, and two, public nuisance, they count as a transient one, which is a catch-all $15,000 one-time fine. So you're taking all of these things that aren't
up to $15,000. It's by discretion.
Correct. So we're taking violations that are not actually violations of the code and combining them into one to say now you're certified to up to a $15,000 fine, when in reality these are parking ticket violations.
Well, to me, it's more than parking. You're operating an event space inappropriately. You're bringing in trailers of restrooms inappropriately against the law. The parking is just one of several. They all came together on one night, and that created a public nuisance. So I'm going to fine $1,000 and make the additional finding that these violations do not have to be charged as a violation in order for this statute to apply. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Rachel Moore, Pat Gavin presenting case number CE 2409-0436. Case address 3031 Davie Boulevard, owner Sunshine State Holdings 2, Inc. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 3/9/25 and 5/29/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $1,200 accrued. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $800 accrued, for a total of $2,000, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting Officer Moore, case and address as read. This case was first heard on February 27th. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by March 9th for violations 18-12A and 47-22.3.U.1, and May 29th for violations 9-306 and 47-20.20.H. Violation 9-306 was brought into compliance on May 5th, and no fines are due. Violations 18-12A and 47-22.3.U.1 were brought into compliance on March 12th, and each have accrued fines of $400. Violation 47-20.20.H is still not in compliance. This violation has been non-compliant for 12 days with a fine of $100 per day for a total of $1,200 currently due. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $2,000, with fines continuing to accrue.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Stephen Meister.
Okay, why is this taking so long?
Well, first of all, there were two violations. One was taken care of, and I humbly request that you remove the fines. That was the painting of the building. It was done, I don't know if there is any fines, but I don't know how it got up to $2,000. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, the owner has had trouble getting some reasonable pricing on the asphalt. We have one estimate now. He's requesting another extension, and he should have a couple more estimates in the next few days.
Okay. Anything else from this?
Sorry, good morning, Your Honor. Over here.
Hi.
Good morning. Supervisor Kaloyan with the city. I just want to point out that even though it hadn't gone to the hearing until February, the case was opened in September of 2024, so he had ample time to get everything in compliance. The two that were already that had already accrued the 400, those were already imposed as repeats, I believe.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No,
Right?
I'm sorry, I take that back. But the this is a commercial business. It is on the main thoroughfare, and I just want that for the record, please.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to give you your last extension for 28 days.
No, that's not enough. I need 3 months, please.
No, sorry. 28
I'm
days.
sorry, but I was
here
here February 27th, and you said you would extend it again if we needed time. And I really have to disagree with this because it's not enough time.
What I usually say is if I feel that people are being diligent, but this has gone on.
Well, we did paint right away, so we were diligent in that part. This, you call it what you want. It's not ready. It will not be done in 28 days. It can't be done in 28 days. We need more time.
Okay. Well, I've given you 28 days. If you run into a problem, you can always request another extension. But you know, it's at some point you got to pick a contractor.
I understand, but I mean, I've sat here. I was the first one to sign in.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting to be first. I have other meetings also.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to 3 hearings now,
Mm-hmm.
and you're telling me after everything that you've been through, we can't get more time.
I gave you more time.
Yeah, more than 28 days, which is impossible to finish. Really?
Well,
I'm really. Do we need to go over the tape that everyone's listened to for the last hour and a half?
All right, sir. Your hearing's over.
Wow.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Mohammed Dayem, case number CE 2502-0332, case address 1121 Southwest 32nd Street, owner Jesse Newell and Brittany Michelle Woosley, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0332 for property located at 1121 Southwest 32nd Street. This property was first inspected on January 17th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.C.1 complied. 47-39.A.1.B, parenthesis 9, parenthesis C, complied. 47-19.1.B, there is a wide tarp car canopy frame erected on the front yard of this RS8 zone property without a permit. 9-278, parenthesis E, complied. 9-313, parenthesis A, complied. 9-304B, there is a vehicle and a trailer parked on the grass lawn area. 9-306 complied. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. Outdoor storage items including but not limited to tools, sawhorses, and miscellaneous items. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of a dead and missing ground cover. 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle on this property. Vehicle is an orange Jeep without a tag. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 4th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-304B, 47-34.1.A.1, and 18-4C or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 47-19.1.b and violation 9-305B, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay. Pardon me? Okay, 20, the first ones he cited were 15 days and $50 a day thereafter. And then the last two were 28 days and $50 a day thereafter. Okay, sir, please state your name.
My name is Lawrence Woosley.
Okay, it looks like you made a fairly good start here,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
we've got to get the rest of the property in compliance. Are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
Yes, ma'am. I actually spoke with Mr. Moe this morning, and we talked it out and
Okay.
clarified some things for me.
All right,
The
perfect.
photos are wrong.
All right, 28 days or $50 a day for 47-19.1.b and 9-305B. The remainder will have 15 days or $50 a day thereafter. Okay?
Which ones? I'm sorry. It was the wrong pictures of the house. It's my father-in-law's place, so I just wanted to. I missed the last section. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Let's see. 47-19.1.b is 28 days or $50 a day thereafter. 9-305B is 28 days. Wait a second. Let me just ask you to repeat them.
I apologize.
Just to make sure I've got it correct. But I have 47-19-1-B, 28 days or $50 a day. 9-305B, 28 days or $50 a day. The remaining violations are 15 or $50 a day. Did I get
Correct.
that right? Okay. You got it?
Yes, ma'am. And if we are currently in the process for a permit for the white canopy tarp, and it doesn't come through in those 28 days, if we bring that to you saying we are in the, can we get an extension on that as well? That's all I'm asking.
If that happens, contact the inspector and request a further extension.
That sounds awesome. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2401-0336, case address 2648 Nassau Lane, owner Roger Ray. This case was first heard 1/18/24 to comply by was first heard 1/18/24 to comply by 1/18/24 and 8/13/24. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. $2,700 accrued. Fines were imposed of $200, and the other fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24010336 at address 2648 Nassau Lane. This case was first heard on January 18, 2024 to comply by August 13, 2024 for the following violations: 47-19.2.hh.ii.2.c. Fines were imposed and paid. 9-304B is not complied. 9-280H1 is complied. 18-12A is complied. 18-1 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the violation 9-304B remained. There was also research conducted into the permit that was issued for pavers, and the permit was issued on April 6 of 2025. As of the inspection on June 8, it was not complete yet. And this is in order to reappear.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure, Annette Bishop,
Okay, why is that trailer still there?
because it's allowed to be there on pavers and on rock. That was what my complaint was about. It needed to be on a hard surface, pavers. This is the permit that was requested back in February of 2024 that went into gremlin limbo at the permit department, and we
Okay.
figured out that we could
It had to be
finally
on
move it through.
pavers. Did you put the pavers in?
Pavers are all in. I showed Mr. Fletcher this morning all the pictures.
Okay.
And he actually has pictures going all the way out to the street.
Okay,
The only
well-
thing I'm missing is the inspector to come out. My husband's been on assignment, and I want him to be there so that if there is anything that needs to be done, he knows what he needs to request.
Okay. All right, so it's got to be re-inspected by the inspector or by the permit?
We
Under
requested
the
for
permit.
an appointment for early next week for the permit to get closed out.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming that that would make it a full package.
Okay.
And then you're more than welcome to come by. And like I said, you've already seen the pictures where it shows that it's got pavers, rock, solid, all the way through to the end.
Okay.
And it was already originally on pavers. It just didn't have the pavers all the way out to the street.
Okay, so the permitting issue is not in front of me this morning. It's a
No.
question of whether or not the property is now in compliance. So under
Technically,
9-304B.
Maybe you're on a grant like 7 days
Yeah,
for
that's
the
what I was
inspector
gonna
to go
say.
out and inspect and then close the place.
I'm going to grant a 10-day extension and suspend the fines during that time so he can come out and comply the case, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Our next case, page 55, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2411-0662, case address 1418 Southwest 27th Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner Seneca Development Corp. This case was first heard 2/27/25 to comply by 5/29/25. 3 sections not complied at $150 per day, $5,400 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2411-0662 for property located at 1418 Southwest 27th Street. The case was last heard on February 27th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 91 days extension to comply for violation 47-20.13.1.1.b, violation 47-20.13.f, and violation 47-21.9.k. Auto fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 6, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The owner is here to request an extension.
Please state your name for the record.
Alexander Rubtsov.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're making any progress here.
Could you please? Yeah. Just
Okay,
like
please
my-
state your name for the record.
Liana Burden.
Okay, what's going on with this property?
I have 8 violation.
Talk into the microphone, please.
Yes. I had 8 violation. I did 5 of 8 and closed it. And for now I have main violation. I have to put asphalt for parking lot. I found the contractor and signed contract April 1st. I pay half price like prepayment. And we start working with city, but in my survey, this land looks like city land, not my land. And the general contractor in touch with engineers here, and we would like understand how we open permit if we don't own this land. I agree, put asphalt, look, and make this area clear and good. I'm agree, pay for this, but I need extension for. I need more time for understanding how can we open permit if we don't own this land, this city land.
Okay, do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, he's trying to pave the swale. So what he said, he wants to apply for a permit to to pave the swale, but he's in the process. As of now, I believe they
The
don't
city
have.
owns the soil?
Yes,
Okay, so how does he apply for that permit?
he has to go through engineering, the City of Fort Lauderdale engineering, and he has to have a general contractor license, and then they can apply for that permit.
Okay, do you understand that?
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing?
Yeah. We're doing right now.
And how much time are you asking for?
Can we have one more 90 days? please.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I'll give you 91 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good day.
Good luck.
Wait,
Hold
there's
on.
another case.
You have one more case.
There's
One
another
more.
case.
Oh.
Next case, page 54. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110656, case address 1430 Southwest 27th Street, owner Seneca Development Corp. This case was first heard 22725 to comply by 52925. 4 sections not complied at $150 per day, $7,200 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110656 for property located at 1430 Southwest 27th Street. The case was last heard on February 27th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 91 days extension to comply for violations 47-20.13.1. 47-20.13.B. Violation 47-20.13.F, 9-305B, and 47-21.9.K, or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 6, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The owner is here to request for an extension.
Okay. Is this part of the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. So we'll do. State your name again for the record.
Alexander Rubtsov.
Okay. All right. We're going to give you the same 91 days and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2405-0766, case address 2624 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Golden Eagle Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 11425 to comply by 12425, 1 suspension from 4825 to 41825, 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $12,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This case was first heard on January 14th, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by January 24th. The violations at this property have still not been brought into compliance. This case has been non-compliant for 127 days with a fine of $100 per day for a total of $12,700 currently due. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $12,700 with fines continuing to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Glenn Derrick. I am the president of the Golden Eagle Condo Association.
Okay.
This whole thing has totally spun out of control. I was here on January 14th for actually a second issue, another code issue that should be resolved in the next 10 days, the paving one. Okay.
It's not in front of me.
January 14th, sadly, happened to be my birthday. And I finished the one process, with the one code thing, and I asked the desk, I said, do I need to stay for the second one? And she said, well, the complainants aren't here. And I said, well, does that mean I can go? And she said, well, that's up to you. And I guess through my own naivete, I said, well, if the complainant isn't here, then I guess, there isn't an issue. What it started with was we've had it's a termite issue. We've had a annual contract with Truly Nolan going back to 1994, so like decades. And the complainant stated that we were unwilling to treat their unit, and they're not even the resident. They're the owner of the unit, and that's just not true. And I would have had, if I had known that I needed to prove that we treated or tried to treat the unit, I would have brought the evidence that was there, and we have continued.
Has the unit been treated?
We have continued treatment to the various units that complain. There's about a half a dozen units in the building that have, continued. But a decision had to be made, what we were going to do. and we have a contract that's just waiting on my signature because the Thule Nolan contract expires July 31st, and we're going to get a new annual contract. But this is for a tenting. Now the tenting is a big deal because we got to get out. We got to get all the residents out, and certain prep has to be made.
How much time are you asking for?
90 days.
Okay.
And put a break on the.
Yeah, I get you. All right. Is that, yeah. All right, so I'll give you 91 days and I'll suspend the fines during that time. And you can come, when you come back to address the fines that have already accrued, then remind me about what you just told me about why you left the meeting last time, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
And, Your Honor, to be clear, you are going to tent the building. Okay.
We've come to the conclusion that it's the only solution at this point.
Okay, so you will sign that paper today?
Yeah, with approval of my cohort in crime over here, also on the board.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46. Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24090280, case address 6581 Northeast 20th Way, owner James W. Abbott. This case was first heard 11425 to comply by 4825. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 240900280, address 6581 Northeast 20th Way. This case was first heard at Special Magistrate on 1/14/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A complied, violation 9-306 not complied, violation 9-304B not complied, and violation 9-305B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a full amount of fines and fines that continue to accrue.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record. Okay, Mr. Abbott, why is this property not in compliance yet?
I have other problems.
Sir, can you turn your mic on? Can you push the...
Okay, push the button to turn your mic on. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Right there in the middle.
You hear that?
There you go.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
All right, so tell me why the property is not in compliance yet.
I've just had other problems and I can't. Where I live, everything's getting more and more expensive, like you know. You know that. And it's taken me away, and I had some health problems.
Okay.
But, no, I can't. Those are the reasons. But I'd like to, I'd like to take care of it.
Okay, all right. How much time do you think you need, sir?
Well, I want to sell it. And unfortunately, I live in a neighborhood where there are people who want to buy. So just a little more time, 3 months.
Okay.
If you go out and watch your TV, sell it to Bobby, and they got all these types of.
Okay, I understand that there's potential buyers out there, but do you have a buyer now? Someone that's interested in the property?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, well, you can't keep the property like this in this condition indefinitely.
I understand that.
And I understand that your health is a consideration and finances are a consideration, so I'm trying to work with you here. But if your house doesn't sell right away, you're going to have to make these repairs. Okay?
Oh, sure.
All right, so I'm going to give you one final extension for 28 days and suspend the fines during that time. And you're going to have to either get something done to sell the property or fix it. Okay?
28 days.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE2503-0549, case address 435 Mola Avenue, owner Carrie J. and Timothy J. Ruth. This case is serviced by appearance and posted at 1 East Broward on 5/27/25.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case number CE2503-0549 for the property located at 435 Mola Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on March 19th and cited for the following violations. 18-1. There's cosmetic work being performed on the vessel that is moored at this property and is creating a public nuisance. The cosmetic work is sanding and grinding, which is causing residue to drop and contaminate the canal intercoastal waterway. This threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the welfare of adjacent properties. Due to the nature of this violation, this case is presented to Special Magistrate whether the property comes into compliance before the hearing for an imposition of fines of up to $15,000. 47-34.1.8.1 has been withdrawn. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on March 19, allowing 0 days to come to immediate compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner the same day that we were out there and subsequently after that. A special magistrate request form sent on March 19th. Scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out yesterday, June 9th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. It is in compliance. The city's requesting, again, the up to $15,000 for the violations, the irreparable, irreversible violation that existed. Photo submitted into record for evidence, and we have the property owner here with us today.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Timothy Ruth.
Okay. And what do you want to tell me in support of your position?
I just had health problems the last year and a half. Haven't been able to pay much attention to my boat. I was in and out of the hospital. I hired somebody to detail my boat. And they took it upon themselves to sand the teak wood, and they were going to re-oil it. And the teak wood sand went into the canal. I'm the property owner. I know it's my responsibility, but, I wasn't out there. I hired somebody to do a job, and I let them do the job. So they told me to stop. I stopped. I apologize. It's not going to happen again, but other than that, that's it in a nutshell,
Okay.
Your Honor, he is, once we made contact with the property owner, me and another colleague were out in the vessel. He immediately stopped. He did actually comply. And after that particular day, I've been going out and verifying that no other work has been performed. And he immediately stopped that particular day.
All right. I'm going to waive the fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE2501-0885, case address 721 Northwest 18th Street, owner Kelly Don Gerald. This case was posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725. Is there a respondent here for 721 Northwest 18th Street? Okay, we'll go next, yeah. Our next case, page 42, Inspector Mohammed Dayam. Oh, okay. All right, Shaquan, we'll
We just
come
called
back.
your case. Come on up. That's okay. What page again?
Page 36, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25010885, case address 721 Northwest 18th Street, owner Kelly Don Gerald, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick from the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 1/26/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A has been withdrawn. Violation 9-308B, there's debris and other element which is not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained in or dirty. Violation 9-304B, there's a gray infinity parked on the lawn of the property, tag 8GCC880. The driveway at this property has debris on the surface, discolored, and is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. However, the Nissan was removed from the grass of the property, but the violation remains due to the driveway is still in violation. Violation 9-280H1, complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior walls has not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascias, are in disrepair and dirty. There are areas of the exterior wall that has stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 9-313A has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/9/2025. The property remained in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-308B, 28 days for violation 9-304B, 28 days for violation 9-306, and 63 days for violation 9-305B, or a daily fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Kel Gerald.
Okay. It looks like you made a good start on this, so you're in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within the time frame requested by the city.
I'm doing my best to. I have physical limitations and a very small fixed income. I'm kind of doing what I can every month with what little money I can.
Okay.
I can use. Anyway, I believe I have the driveway, the paint on the missing. Yes, that, and I'm sorry. What else was it, Mr. Kendrick?
You have some kind of debris or element on the roof.
Yeah.
And the roof is stained and dirty. Let me repeat all of these. On 9304B, the driveway is discolored and not being maintained, and 9-306, the building walls haven't been maintained. Right. There's peeling and missing paint. They're asking 28 days for you to get that all done, and then 63 days to address the landscaping.
Yeah. The landscaping as well will not be a problem. If I could have one more month, an extra month to get the other ones taken care of, I would
Excuse me,
appreciate
Special
it.
Magistrate. We can give him 91 days for all violations.
Okay.
I would be really grateful.
All right. 91 days for all the violations, or $50 a day thereafter.
I'll get it done. Thank
Thank
you so
very
much.
much.
Is there anything else?
Nope, that's
All
it.
right.
You're free to
Thank
go.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2501-0154, case address 1410 West State Road 84, owner Racetrack Petroleum Inc., number 553. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/11/25 and 4/24/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $15,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. Is there a respondent for 1410 West State Road 84?
Oh, they left, so let's move on.
Our next case, page 5. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2502. Our next case, page 42. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2411-0287, case address 941 Southwest 19th Street, owner Kyle Meredith. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:29:25 and 3:27:25. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,750 accrued, for a total of $6,550. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
This Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2411-0287 for a property located at 941 Southwest 19th Street. The case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 56 days extension to comply for violations 47-21.15.8.1 and violation 47-21.16.8. Or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter, along with $300 fine for the removal of 2 trees without a permit. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in June 4th, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $6,550, plus the one-time fine of $300, and for fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, is the only violation that's still in violation, is that 47-21.15.8.1?
Correct.
Okay, all right, the rest have been complied. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kyle Meredith.
Okay, looks like you made a pretty good start here. What about the permit for the trees?
Everything's done. As of yesterday, the trees were planted. Jim Feder, I don't know, he's a landscape guy for Fort Lauderdale. He came by yesterday and took pictures. Mr. Muhammad over here is off on Monday, so I did not contact him. He said he'd come by in the next couple of days to take pictures.
All right, well, I'm going to then give you a 10-day extension so they can re-inspect and close it out, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Am I also able to request amnesty now, or is that later?
No, you have to be in full compliance before you can request amnesty.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
So there's going to be another date?
Amnesty is a process where you fill out an application and it gets submitted, and you know, generally the fine will be reduced by about 90%.
There's no hearing.
There's no hearing involved with that. Okay?
You can speak with the ladies in the back, and they'll give you the information.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2502-0442, case address 1640 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Ruben Louis Herrera and Mark Francis Davis. This case is serviced by appearance and posted at 1 East Broward on 5/27/25.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2502-0442, address 1640 Northwest 4th Avenue. This case was first cited on February 16, 2025 for the following violation. 9-305B, landscape is not maintained in a neat and well-kept condition. There is dead and missing ground cover observed, including in the swell area along 17th Street, adjacent to the driveway. 9-304B has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 5, 2025, and violation 9-304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Ruben Louis Herrera.
Are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 28 days?
I have, Madam, and I actually have photos to prove
Okay.
that.
All right. I'm going to give you the 28 days. During that time, she'll come out and re-inspect.
Okay.
If it's complied, you're done. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And quick question. How do I proceed with if I'm being harassed by a neighbor? I'm sorry, I'm new to this.
Yeah, I can't give you legal advice about that. You know, I mean, you can always try calling the police and let them handle it.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Gail, you have another case. Next case, page 50, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2409-0409, case address 401 Northwest 17th Place, owner Anthony Powell and LaTanya Powell. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:09:25 and 4:24:25. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, KCE 2409-0409, address 401 Northwest 17th Place. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-4 parentheses C has complied. 9-304 parentheses B has complied. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the rear yard and swell. Violation 18-12 parentheses A has complied. Violation 9-304 parentheses B has not complied. The driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 5th, 2025 for the violations that have not complied, and it remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Anthony Powell.
Okay, why is this property taking so long to bring into compliance? It's been going on since January 30th.
Your Honor, after I leave this courtroom that day, the other week after that, I suffered a broken leg. I haven't been working for more than 4 months now. I just started doing therapy like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and so we still have the landscape that needs to be addressed and the driveway. Can you give me an idea?
Well, the driveway, I know it was, I try my best to get a workman and do whatever I could because I know I came down here for the purpose, but I haven't seen the inspector to say if it's suitable, or I don't know what else to do because I'm not working right now. But I could show you a picture on my phone that I try to do my best. So I haven't seen it on the screen to what it was before, what it was now. So.
Okay, when was the last time you inspected?
June 5th.
Okay.
This year.
All right. All right, I'm going to give you another 28 days to bring the property into compliance. I'm going to suspend the fines during that time. That'll give the inspector a chance to go out there, see what you did, see what still needs to be done, and, you know, that way you know what's left, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I speak?
Please state your name.
My name is Raquel Walters.
Okay.
Okay, I'm his fiance. I'm living there. Okay,
Can you speak into the mic, please?
okay, if 28 days you're gonna give us to like fix it, it's not gonna be done because before you could work, you have to see the doctor to give him clearance, and the date to see the doctor is July 7th.
Okay.
Because he's on therapy right now.
All right. Okay. All right, I'll give you 63 days then, in light of the fact that he can't do any work himself
Okay,
right now.
and the next thing, our city, she's the city manager for our zone. Could she comes out and tell us what to do with the driveway, because I asked somebody, we get a workman to fix it. It's like $10,000 to like pull it all up. We don't have that money, so we go ahead and we fix the front.
Okay, she's going to come out and re-inspect it and tell you if what you did is sufficient or you need to do something else, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
And about the fine, do we have a fine?
I'm going to suspend the fines during the 63 days, but you do have had some fines accrued, so you'll have to come back and address them once the property is in compliance, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Matthew Flesher. Case number CE 2502-0261, case address 3717 Southwest 17th Street, owner Gary Fala and William Breck Jensen, posted at property 52725, posted at Wendy's Brow at 52725.
This is Matthew. This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25020261 at address 3717 Southwest 17th Street. The case was first cited on February 8th, 2025 for the following violations. 9-308B, there's a black tarp over the entire roof. There are sandbags and black plastic bags on the roof. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this property. The items consist of, but are not limited to, plastic pallets, wood beams, a cooler, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurring violation from case CE 21050936 and will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. 9-280H1 is complied. The wood fence on the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is stained, leaning, and has areas of broken/missing slats. This is a recurring violation from case CE 21050936 and will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swale. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has cracks and is uneven. There is a white pickup truck parked on the lawn area. 9-280H is complied. 9-306, there are areas of the fascia and soffit on the west side of the property that have missing, peeling, and chipping paint. The fascia in the front of the property is rusted or stained. 9-313A is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained. 9-308B, 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 47-34.1.A.1 and 9-280H1 and a compliance deadline of 63 days for violations 9-308B, 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the
All
record.
right, good morning, guys. I'm William Jensen.
Okay. Mr. Jensen, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to the recurring violations, because it's a recurring situation, the city has asked me for a finding of fact, which means I will not fine you today. I'm just going to enter a finding of fact that the violation did exist when they found it. But the next time, if it happens again, then you will be fined, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Oh, and one thing I just want to say, it's been a pleasure working with Matt. I know he's got a real tough job, and all you guys have a tough job, and it's been really interesting watching you guys this morning. I just want to say thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2409-0333, case address 5150 Bayview Drive, owner Robert M. Primo This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25, 4/8/25, and 5/13/25. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $2,550 accrued, $3,950 total. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay, before we get started, Mr. Primo, were you previously represented by my firm, Purdy and Flynn?
Yes, ma'am. I was represented by Mr. Purdy.
Okay, all right. Mr. Purdy is now deceased, but for the potential conflict.
Your Honor, this is a Massey hearing, so the city appreciates the magistrate stating the conflict, but we're willing to waive that in the circumstances.
Okay.
I don't have a problem, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So the conflict is waived. Go ahead.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a case and address as read. This property was first heard at Special Magistrate on 3/11/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A has complied. It was out of violation for 19 days at $100 per day. Violation 9-304B complied. It was out of violation for 13 days at $50 a day. Violation 9-306 is not complied. Violation 8-91 parentheses E complied. Violation 8-91 parentheses C has complied. Violation 9-305B has complied. A waterway inspection was conducted on 5/18/2025 and found that the property was not brought into compliance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/4/2025 at the front of the property. Contact was made with the property owner at the time of the inspection via phone. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting the full amount in fines and fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Primo.
Okay, Mr. Primo, looks like you've made a good attempt. Most of it's done except for the last one, which involves the exterior building walls. That's the last violation you need to cure. Tell me a little bit about why that hasn't been done and how much time you need to do it.
As you can see, I made quite a bit of effort to. I'm going through a very difficult time in my life.
How much more time do you think you need?
I have 1 month.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have congestive heart failure with atrial fibrillation. I made a lot of effort, and then I just collapsed. I just couldn't get out of bed for weeks.
Okay. All right. All right. In light of your health problems, does the city have any objection to a 63-day extension to get the house painted?
No, Special Magistrate.
Okay. I'm going to give you 63 days then to get the house painted or fixed up, however, because let's see. Yeah. It's going to have to be, is it going to have to be completely painted then?
It's spots.
It's spots.
Yeah, it's spots where it's missing and peeling paint.
Okay. All right. 63 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
What about previous fines?
The previous fines won't be addressed until the property's in compliance, and then we can address those fines.
I have to go out of state for treatment. Mm-hmm. Is there a way that can be done before then, before I leave?
You mean it depends how quickly you get the walls painted.
I have to leave by the end of the month.
Okay. All right.
I will get the walls painted, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it possible to address the fines today?
Okay. No, I can't do anything with the fines, but we can wait till you get back.
Okay.
All right. So 63 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time. And please keep in touch with the inspector and let him know when you will be back in town so you can be put on the docket again.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Good
so
luck
much.
to you.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25010386, case address 2400 East Oakland Park Boulevard, number 100, owner SP4 Investments LLC, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was cited on January 9th and given time to comply for the following violations. 15-28 is complied. 15-34, there is evidence of engaging in business at this location without first obtaining a business tax receipt. 47-22.9, signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. 47-6.12.B.9.H, there is a psychic operating in this B1 zone, which is an area where this activity is not allowed. Psychics are only allowed to operate in B2 zones. On January 27th, the violations remained. The violations at this property have still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 28 days or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
James Lewis on behalf of the property owner and the tenant that's located inside the property.
Okay, is your client in agreement with the time requested by the city?
No, Judge, we're requesting 90 days. The tenant needs additional time. It's a long-standing business to try to find some place to relocate. I don't think we can do it within the 28 days. So if we could have 90 days, I believe we'll be good.
Okay, any objection by the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, 91 days, or what was the fine?
$100 per day per violation.
$100 per day thereafter. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Our next case, page 40, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24010094, case address 900 North Flagler Drive, owner AP Flagler Hive LLC. This case was first heard 5/14/24 to comply by 6/11/24. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $30,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as on record. This case first came before Special Magistrate on May 11 of 2024, and evidence was presented in Magistrate found for the City. These violations were first cited on January 3rd of 2024, and so far a total of 20 inspections have been performed on the property. There has been conversations by phone and in person with the property manager, and during these conversations, the status of the violations, corrective actions were discussed. Unfortunately, Magistrate, there is no compliance as of today. As you can see on the pictures themselves, the tables and chairs still remain outside. Obviously, it's not the manager per se doing this, it's actually the tenants. The tenants have also been advised that they need to have an outdoor seating permit, but as of today, nothing has been achieved.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Chris Gallagher.
Okay, no progress. I can't continue to work
So
with
we are one comment away for a permit to get approved. We've reached out to a zoning attorney that's been helping us. So we're literally one comment, and the permit's been going on for about 5-6 months with multiple comments back and forth. But we're literally one away, and we already have all the plans drawn up. The revisions of the plans.
It takes removing the chairs to comply.
So we removed those before, and the tenants brought them back out. So I will reach out to them. But the ones on there, I mean, there's literal benches, bleachers, and it's vital to our tenants, like specifically those right there. Really, all I'm asking is for 28 days, and we'll have the permit approved. Everything will be done.
Your Magistrate, if I may, in regards to those tables and chairs that you actually have there, You have been applying for an outdoor dining permit
for
those bleachers. If your tenant continues to put those tables and chairs on the sidewalk, that will have to be a sidewalk cafe.
Correct. And they've removed them before, and they brought them back out. So that's something I have to have a conversation with. So it's tough. They come and go, and when they put them out, because we've literally written them up to remove them. They removed them for months and brought them back out.
Well, you know, if they keep violating, I can't keep giving extensions. So I'm going to impose the fines and continue to accrue. Thank you.
Okay.
Please keep in touch with me or the area inspector when you have the actual permit in your hand.
Okay.
So we can actually stop the fines right there and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hoping this week, like literally.
And you can apply for amnesty, but you know, I try to work with people that are being diligent, and I see it's not your problem, it's your tenant's problem. Unfortunately, you're responsible as the property owner. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Our next case, page 39, Inspector Ahmad Wallace, case number CE 2505-0251, case address 1713 Northeast 7th Terrace, owner Carmen Ginselin and Marco Vera. This case was first cited at 5925 to comply by 5925. Two sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 5/24/25, and no appeal was received.
Code Officer Ahmad Wallace presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected 5/9/2025 following the neighbor complaint via C-Clip Fix 189-59393 about loud noise, and the following inspections were observed. Violation 17-7.1.a. There is amplified sound coming from the residential property and is plainly audible 25 feet from the source property line after 10 p.m. This violation is transient in nature. The city is seeking one-time fine of $250. Violation 17-7.10. There is non-amplified sound coming from the residential property and is plainly audible 25 feet from the source property line after 10 p.m. This violation is transient in nature. The city is seeking one-time fine of $250. This concludes my testimony.
Please state your name for the record.
Desiree Jimenez.
Okay. Ms. Jimenez, did you file an appeal in this matter?
I did not. We received the notice late because the notice that he posted on the doors were removed by the guests that were staying there. So by the time the notices got to the property owners at a different address and it got back to me, it was a little bit late, so I wasn't able to appeal it. But then when I contacted the administrative assistant for this department, she told me that the best thing was to show up before you.
Okay.
Yes. So we are not here to fight obviously it did happen, but we just want to, she explained to me that after 3 violations, we would be suspended, which I think is a bit unfair. Why? Because for this one violation, it's actually 2 separate ones. And also, we are very, very strict on our rules with our guests, the way we relay the information. And, obviously, we don't have the control.
Yeah, here's the problem, is that when the citation is given and it's not appealed, I don't have any discretion except to impose the fines.
Okay.
It's practically automatic because the way the ordinance reads is if you don't file appeal, you shall impose the fine. That's the way the citation reads. So I have no alternative but to impose the fine unless you can show me that there's been it went to the wrong address or something like that.
Well, the only thing I have is the envelope of the date that it was rerouted to the owners. It was 5/17. So I don't think they were home. I didn't get it in my hands until after the 15 days. Yeah. So there's nothing that we can do at this moment moving forward.
So, Your Honor, BCPA still reflects, as of today, the mailing address for this property is the property address.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the problem. Things are going to continue to go to that property unless you go down to the property appraiser's office and change the address for purposes of mailing. Okay.
Okay, so the owners live in a separate address. So that's why, because they changed it in the post office, that's why it's getting rerouted to the other address. Is there any way to keep that mail from that property just to stay there?
You have to go down to the property appraisers and change the address to receive mail.
Okay.
All right.
So the city is legally obligated by state law and by our city code to mail it to the property address, the mailing address that's listed with the Broward County Property Appraiser, the entity that sends out real estate property taxes. And in this case, I'm looking at the website, and the mailing address for the property owners is the property address, 1713 Northeast 7th Terrace. So what the magistrate is saying, just the post office may be great for most mail, but for our legal notices, they're going to continue to go to the property, which, since there's a forwarding order, it'll get forwarded, which takes additional time. Additionally, that forwarding order will eventually expire after a year, and then they'll not get the notice at all. So if they want to get legal notices from the city as to this property, they need to go down to the property appraiser and change their address.
So basically change it to where they're receiving the mail now?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. So is there any way that we can get this reduced to one violation instead of the two? Because, I mean, I can show you how diligent we are with our guests and how we,
There's nothing I can do without an appeal unless the city wants to change it, change that, the violations they cited if they want to give you a break. But there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. It's been, there's two violations.
For one call.
A citation was issued, and no appeal was filed. So there's nothing that I can do to help.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 40.
His first case, that's why we're clapping.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Rafael Santos, Matthew Flesher presenting case number CE 24110477, case address 820 Southwest 13th Street, numbers 1 through 2, owner J.G. Honor and M. Dozier. This case was first heard 2/11/25 to comply by 2/26/25, 4/8/25, and 5/13/25. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,800 accrued, for a total of $6,300. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24110477 at address 820 Southwest 13th Street. The case was heard on February 11, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 56 days for Code Section 9-280H1 and 91 days for Code Section 47-20.20.H to comply by, or a fine of $100 per day. An inspection was conducted on May 13, 2025, and found that the violation 9-280H1 complied. Violation 47-20.20H remains in violation. The city is requesting the full imposition of the fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Melissa Petipo.
Okay. Why is it taking so long to take care of the driveway?
The driveway is complied already.
Pardon me?
It's been complied. The driveway is good now.
Okay. All right. So I'll give you a 10-day extension, suspend the fine so he can go out and re-inspect, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 26, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2503-0094, case address 3346 Southwest 15th Avenue, owner Justin W. Johnson, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
H. Wesley Johnson on behalf of the Johnson Family Trust.
Okay.
Let
Let him speak first.
I'm sorry?
Let the inspector go first so he can give me a background on the case, please.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Let the inspector speak first.
I have no problem with anything he has to say.
Okay.
He complied to everything. We complied.
Sir, the inspector goes first. If you've been sitting here for the hearings, the inspector gives the testimony first, and then you can respond, okay? Thank you.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2503-0094 for property located at 3346 Southwest 15th Ave. The inspection was conducted on March 5th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth and or trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation per case CE 2406-0364 and will be fined the first day the report is posted until compliance is met. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are broken, missing, and or rotten panels. The fence on the north side of the property is completely collapsed. This is a repeat violation per case CE 2406-0364 and will be fined the first day the report is posted until compliance is met. 9-304B complied. 47-21.16.A complied. On March 19th, 2025, violations 18-12A and 9-280H1 were complied. The city is requesting $200 per violation for the 1 day the property was inspected, totaling $400.
Okay. Now you can state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
State your name for the record.
We complied within 24 hours, so I would ask that you waive any fines there might be.
Sir, you need to say your name first. Your name. Your name. You need to say your name.
Your name is, state your name for the record.
H. Wesley Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Because this is a repeat violation, which means it came before me as a recurring violation and now it's back as a repeat violation, that is why there are fines that accrued on the property, because when you get to a stage of a repeat violation, then it's automatically fined, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So $200 per repeat violation is a total of $400 fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Our next case, page 8. Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 2504-0707, case address 244-2441 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Andrea Fisher, Posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The case and addresser is read. This matter was first inspected on April 27th and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation, referencing case number CE 25010508. This case will be heard by the special magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover along the swale and both sides of the driveway. 24-27B, there are trash carts in plain sight stored in front of the garage doors. This is a recurring violation per case 25010508 when the property was cited for the same violation. Upon inspection, 2 cars were observed parked on the lawn of this RS 4.4 single-family residence. In addition, there were signs of bare and dead grass from continual parking upon the lawn. The swale had missing grass as well as to the right side of the driveway. An inspection report was hand-delivered to a male occupant on April 28th and mailed to the owner of record. To date, the vehicles have been moved to the driveway. However, as this is a recurring violation, the city seeks a finding of fact for violation 9-304B. The city requests 28 days or $50 per day thereafter for the landscape violation and a finding of fact for the trash cart violation 24-27B, as this is also a recurring violation.
Okay, I'm confused. I have 9-305B as complied. Is that correct?
You are correct, Your Honor. My apologies. 9-304 or 305B is complied.
Okay, and what about 9-304B?
Those two that is complied, as well as 24-7B, but because they're recurring, the city's just seeking a finding of fact for those two.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the record.
Andrea Fisher. So there was recurring violations. There was, extenuating circumstances. We've been in this property for like 18 years, never had these issues. My son, people have health issues and pedophile issues. I have kid issues. My son, moved back about 5 months ago. He's a mechanic, whatever, and he's been fixing cars. He needs the room, and we've had problems on the swale. His dad's car got hit by a Uber driver. We have that big tree, and it poops right on the, the defecation on it. But regardless of that, we've cleared all the violations.
Okay, yes. But what she's asking me, just so you understand, is because the two violations, 304B with the vehicles and the trash carts being stored in front of the garage, because they're a recurring violation, she's asked me to enter a finding of fact, which means you will not be fined today for it. But if it happens again, you will be fined.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for that. I apologize.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2502-0054. Case address 1631 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner Yolima Trujillo. Posted at property 52825. Posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Yes.
Gus, do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
Okay.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0054, address 1631 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This property was first inspected on February 4th, 2025, and the following violations were found. 24-7B, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing ground cover. 9-304B, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, and the property remained in violation of 9-305B. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
How many days, I'm sorry?
28 days or $50 a day thereafter. Please have them state their names for the record first.
Lady Cardona.
And Yolima Trujillo. Okay, and ask them if they're willing to do it in 28 days, the last violation.
De básicamente cumplir lo que esta violación dentro de los 28 días que le están dando.
Lo único que falta es lo del vehículo.
Sí.
The only thing that she's basically saying that it's about the vehicle.
Sí, remover las piedras y poner la hierba.
Basically, remove the rocks and put ground cover. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Sí.
La única
Okay.
cosa que falta.
It's the only thing that actually is pending.
Right.
Yeah.
Como 21 días.
28 días, 28 days.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay?
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2502-0775, case address 2351 Southwest 27th Terrace, owner Heather Rossioli, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25020775 at address 2351 Southwest 27th Terrace. The case was first cited on February 28th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12A is complied. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 241000475. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. 9-304B, the driveway is stained. 47-34.1.A.1 was withdrawn. 9-308B, the roof is stained. 47-39.A.1.B6B. There's outdoor storage of goods and materials on this RS-3.52 zone property, including but not limited to a blue 55-gallon drum, a mini fridge, buckets in the front, and wood pallets, a sofa, and other miscellaneous items in the rear of the property. 18-4C is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained. 9-304B, 9-308B, 47-39.A.1.B6B, and 47-19.2.II.2.C.
Inspector, you didn't read that last one.
Yes.
Correctly, please.
Yes, I didn't. I apologize. All right, 47-19.2.II.2.C. There's a portable storage unit with units written on it on this RS-3.52 zone property without a permit. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-12A and a compliance deadline of 28 days for all the remaining violations, or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I'm Heather Rossioli for Stereo.
Okay. Do you understand the finding of fact
Yes.
issue? Yeah, you won't get fined today, but if it happens again, you'll get fined. The remaining violations, are you in agreement with 28 days to comply them, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter?
What do you think? I mean,
Yeah, no, that's
well, it's just for basically, I wasn't aware about the roof and the driveway, but we did maintain the
The house
grass.
was wiped out by the flood. We lost the whole house. Everything in the house is gone.
That's why all this stuff's
But
in
the
the back.
buckets and all that were actually floated up to the property in the 55-gallon drum. So the boat's gone, which wasn't ours as well. We do own the house.
Okay.
But the pressure cleaning is being addressed this week of the driveway, the house.
Okay.
The stuff in the container was what was left from in the house that we didn't lose,
Okay.
which we have to transfer
So
to.
it's 28 days, you can do it in that time?
Yeah, can we have 60 days?
What does the city
Because
say?
we got to get a facility to put all the stuff that's in the trailer, the the
Because
furniture.
both those trailers
Okay.
have furniture.
63 days or $50
That'll
a
be
day
perfect.
thereafter.
That's all we
Okay.
need.
All right, thank you.
so much.
Thanks. Have a great day.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 24110006, case address Aramar Street, owner C Club Ocean Resort Hotel Inc., posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grosso for the city. The case and addresser is read. This matter was first inspected on November 3rd, and the following violations were observed. 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are broken, faded wheel stops, potholes, faded asphalt, and surface markings, weeds, litter, lack of landscaping, broken tiles on the pavement leading to the resort stairs, etc. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. An inspection report was prepared for mailing to the owner of record, as well as a copy was hand-delivered to the controller of the Sea Club Resort on November 4th, 2024. The landscaping violation was complied in March after extensive cleaning, planting, mulching, and adding barriers to beds. However, the 2 rear parking lots remain unfinished due to awaiting the city to approve the permit plans on file. Therefore, the city requests 91 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Michael Mann. I'm the general manager and the vice president of the company.
Okay, are you in agreement to finish the parking facility within 91 days?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, all right, or face a fine
Just
of
so we
$100.
understand, this is the old Jolly Roger Hotel, which is very difficult to maintain it. It has the broad historic preservation limits.
Yeah.
And as the inspector said, she gave us a long list, which we did almost most of it, right? We did most of the list.
The landscaping. Yes.
And the landscaping, my employees got the full permission from me to obey your orders, and whatever you tell them they did, and you advise.
That's complied. That you're correct. That
Yeah,
was
so
complied, and we appreciate that. So for the parking facility, 91 days or $100 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Our hands are tied because the contractor we hired applied for the permit the first time in March 19. Then it was renumbered, and in March 31st is the new number of the permit requested. And they are not able to get the permit. And we wanted to do it without the permit. It's basically resurfacing.
That's not a good idea.
It's nothing structural, you know. It's nothing. There's no liability in that.
If you need a permit, you get a permit before you do the work. That's
Okay, but if they don't give us a permit, what can we do?
Well, they'll give you a permit if you. Does anyone know the status of the permit?
It's awaiting client reply, so I would suggest you talk with your contractor.
I have just now a text message from them, And I'm asking, what is the status? And he writes me, it is with the city. We are waiting for the city to pull archived documents we put in that request on Friday. That's what they write me. In
Okay.
other words, the city...
I think he needs to recheck that because it looks like the city's waiting for something from him.
No, from the archive.
No,
From
what
the
the
archive of the
inspector's
city.
what the inspector's telling you is that the permit record indicates awaiting client reply. That is not meaning that the city has to do anything. Awaiting client reply means whoever applied for the permit needs to reply to some comment that was provided by the city. So you may want to, again, like the inspector said, or the magistrate said, check with your general contractor to see what's really going on.
I checked, and they say that the city wants papers from the archive of the city.
Yes.
Because they want us to repeat the same straps, the same lines.
Yes.
We're not changing nothing. So they want from the archive. So the city is waiting for the archive to give them the papers.
Okay.
It's not us.
All right, 91 days. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector. I think you have one other case.
Thank you.
Correct.
No,
wait, hold on one moment.
Wait, you have another case. on page-
The companion case to the one that I just read in is on page 8. It's a different folio number, but it's the same parking lot.
I have to read
Okay.
that one in. Our next case, page 8, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 24110064, case address 3100 Belmar Street, owner C Club Ocean Resort Hotel, Inc., posted at property 52725, posted at Winnie's Broward 52725.
Okay, please state your name again for the record on this one.
Michael Mann.
Okay, all right. So we'll do the same 91 days. And
What is that case about?
It's just that you have, the property has 2 folio numbers, so it has to be brought twice because of 2 folio numbers. But we're doing the same thing on each one, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you.
We will do our best to comply.
Yeah, 91 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Our next case, page 30, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24110601, case address 1413 Northeast 57 Court, owner Johnny S. Oliveria, posted at property 52725, posted at Winnie's Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 11/23/2024, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 24-7B, complied. Violation 47-21.15.D, 2 trees has been hack-racked on this RS8 zone property, which is considered tree abuse. Violation 9-305A, has complied. Violation 9-308B has complied. Violation 9-304B, the driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. The driveway is discolored. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use of AC units stored on the driveway of this property. Violation 24-27B have been withdrawn. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. And a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/4/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. For violation 47-21.15D, the city is requesting $150 for an irreversible violation for both trees identified as a mango tree, totaling the amount of $300. For violation 9-304B, 28 days or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter. For violation 47-34.1.8.1, 15 days or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter. For violation 9-305B, 28 days or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Johnny Oliveria.
What? There's 2 trees. $300, yeah. Okay. What do you want to tell me about let's start with the trees.
Your magistrate, next door, there's a condominium complex adjacent to my property. They maintain their bulk trash right there.
I'm not talking about
below
the
tree.
bulk trash.
No, below the tree. And let me explain. There was a health hazard. The condominium complex board members came over to me and asked me, can we trim your trees because we have a rat infestation. They're climbing from our dumpster onto your trees and onto the power lines. And that's how they're coming and going. And I said, well, I'll go ahead and, since my trees are the ones that are encroaching on your property, I'll go ahead and trim them back and I'll pay for it because there's no need for them to pay for my intrusion. So I went ahead and had the trees trimmed back so that it wouldn't pose a health hazard to them. Plus, every time we have a weather event, a storm event, the power lines are right in the middle of the trees. And we
But
lose
this
power.
is an illegal way to trim your trees. That's the point.
Well, I didn't realize that. I paid to have it done to comply with a health hazard, and also the fact that that Asplund would not come onto the property and trim my trees to prevent the power outages. Plus, the roof of the house was being destroyed by the sap and by the debris from the trees. So I had them trimmed back.
Okay, you may have had good reason to trim the trees, but you did it in an illegal fashion. So let's move on to the other violations. Are you in agreement with the time requested by the city for the remaining violations to bring into compliance?
And the time frame is? I should be able to do it within a week.
Okay, for the driveway, they've requested 28 days or $50 a day thereafter. For the AC units being stored in the driveway, 15 days or $50 a day thereafter. And for the landscape that's not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, there's dead and missing ground cover. They've asked for 28 days or $50 a day thereafter. Do you agree with those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to impose the fine of $300.
And when is that due?
Pardon me?
When is that due?
You'll get an order in the mail. It'll explain everything. Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector Mohammed Dayem, case number CE 2501-0706, case address 1121 Southwest 30th Street, owner Kenneth Doyle Holland, Holland Family Revocable Trust, personal service on 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Mohammed Dayem, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2501-0706 for property located at 1121 Southwest 30th Street. This property was first inspected on January 17, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the concrete driveway is not maintained. There are cracks and stains. The gravel driveway is in disrepair. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds, grass growing through it. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2403-0094. 18-1 complied. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There is outdoor storage of items including but not limited to fish tank, mini fridge, tools, and other miscellaneous items. This is a repeat violation per case CE 240-30094 and will be fined the first day the amended report is posted on February 28, 2025 until compliance is met. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffit is in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-30094. 9-280 H1 complied. 47-20.13.1.1 Point B, withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 4th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 9-304B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. As for the repeat violation 47-34.1.A.1, the city is requesting $100 per day from the amended report posted date on February 28, 2025, until pre-hearing inspection date, which totals $13,800 for the 138 days the property was not in compliance, and for fines to continue to accrue.
This one's not in compliance yet, right?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's start with the easier ones first. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days or face a fine of $50 a day on 9-304B and 9-306?
The numbers mean nothing to me.
Okay.
The fish tank's been
the
gone.
concrete driveway and the building walls.
I'm going to cut one corner off of it. The cracks, I can't re-pour that whole driveway. It's not cracked. It's just that one little corner is cracked off of it.
Okay.
The fish tank's been gone. The case was settled when? September? When was the last case settled?
Okay. All right. So if what you're saying is that you can comply it within the 28 days?
Yes, but I'm confused about the peeling paint. I need a picture of the peeling paint.
Okay. It's not.
Where?
Sir. Over here. Hi. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. How about the code officer makes a date to meet with you at the property and he can point out the specific areas? With doing that, do you think the time given is enough to comply?
Sure, yeah, sure. Okay. Well, you see the tree. That tree drops year round, so the concrete driveway is not going to.
Yeah.
It's going to be stained.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to cut the tree.
28 days or $50 a day, and the inspector will meet you out there to go over it with you, okay? Now we need to deal with the repeat violation of storage on the property, fish tank, mini fridge, etc. Because it's a repeat violation.
Fish tank's been gone.
I know, but because it's a repeat violation, the fines start from day one. Yeah, this is repeat violation of a prior case, so it starts from day one. You probably were.
That case was already settled because Alvarez or whatever his name was, and then I came to the hearing.
Yes, I understand
and
that.
She was gone.
But because it happened again, it's considered a repeat violation.
From what day?
And the fines from February 28th, 2025. The fines start from the day the violation is observed. So these fines are now accumulated to $13,800.
Well, since the flood, I've been doing little by little by little. I'm disabled. I really can't afford to have people do it. My son helps me. Mm-hmm. So on any given day, you can drive by there and see stuff in the yard. Mm-hmm. Buckets, whatever you want to say. But, all right, I'll have to do something. I can't pay $13,000. I don't have money.
Yeah.
I'm on disability.
Yeah.
And pension. I can't pay that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Whatever we have to do. So, Inspector, what I have to call is the number on that paper you sent me?
I can meet with you outside and can give you my number. Okay. But it's on the inspection report as well.
Yeah, if he brings in the property into compliance, can he apply for amnesty on a repeat violation? Yes, okay. So that's what I would suggest, is that you apply for amnesty and they can reduce it to 10% or
Well, that's the whole thing. Stuff gets moved around there every day, so it's not I live in the house, and I never had a problem. I've been there 45 years. Until the adjacent properties have sold in the last 2 years. The facade hasn't changed.
Yeah, but you have to bring the property in compliance, and because of the repeat violations, you're in fine trouble now. So you got to do something about it, okay? So I can either impose the fine today, and you can go through amnesty, or I can impose it in full, and you can go through amnesty when the rest of the property is in compliance.
Well, that's what September was about. It was like $1,800. Then they reduced it to $825, which I haven't paid yet, because I can't afford it.
Yeah.
I got a check in the truck that I need to.
Yeah, or I could just reduce the fine to 10% right now to try to help you. It's not complied. But yeah, that's right. It's not complied, so I can't even do that. All right. So the fine is going to be imposed and continue to run. When everything is in compliance, you need to apply for amnesty, and then that's the only way to take care of the fines at this point.
Driveway thing, we need to meet out there.
Yeah, you need to deal with.
That driveway was poured in 1968.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The driveway, the building walls, and the storage.
There is no peeling paint on the walls.
All right. Well, he'll meet you out there and show you what you need to fix. Okay.
I'd like to see him one of these pictures, Adam.
Okay. It's not only peeling paint; it's stained walls, which I can see from here.
The walls are stained. The door is stained.
Yeah, we live in it. My dogs and I live there, These people pay their mortgage and have to run in and run out and go to work. My yard gets used.
I understand, and
Are we finished?
What?
Are we done?
We're done.
I'm starving.
All right.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Mohammed Dayam. Case number CE 24030645. Case address 1221 Avocado Isle. Owner David Stephen Reedy. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 1/29/25, 2/11/25, 3/11/25, and 5/13/25. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $350 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2403-0645 for property located at 1221 Avocado Isle. The case was last heard on February 27, 2025 by Special Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate granted 56 days extension to comply for violation 9-306 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 4th, 2025, and the violation is complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines in total of $350.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
David Reedy.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of your position?
Okay, I have a document. It's entitled Response to the City of Fort Lauderdale's Request for Fines and Motion for Extension of Time. I mailed that to the magistrate's email yesterday. Are you in receipt of it?
Okay, but the property's in compliance.
Yes. Would
So
you like
I-
my motion?
What?
May I approach? Would you like a copy of the motion? You
I'll look
obviously
at your
don't have it.
motion, but I don't know why you need an extension when your property's in compliance.
Good question. I believe basically the premise here is that I was denied due process, which is the reason those fines were imposed. Now, while you have a moment to review the motion, I have a couple questions for Mr. Dayam. Mr. Dayam, how long have you been a code inspector for the city?
6 months, 7 months.
Okay. And so you've attended numerous hearings, you've been out there in the field, you've seen how things are out there. So this case has been going on about a year now, since its inception. And I understand you haven't been with it the whole way. And the issue here is that there was a lapse in extension of time to comply. I believe it's roughly December 1st to it was December 10th. I think there was a hearing. Okay, and that's what the issue is about, as you understand it, right? Okay. And I have been issued 4 extensions of time during this period, and I appreciate the court doing that, and you fully understand what I was doing, what I was trying to accomplish, and in the end, I did exactly what I said. Have you been to the property? Have you seen it? It's demolished now? You have? Sure. Okay, great. So, my question to you, as a professional with the city of Fort Lauderdale, had I been given an opportunity to present my case on December 1st or 2nd prior to the run out of the time, do you know of any reason I would not have been given an extension of time? In your professional opinion, this is not a legal question, this is just your professional expertise. Any reason you think I should not have been or would not have been granted an extension of time for that period?
Sir, he's not answering. For the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. He's not answering that question. The case was first heard in January, and you were given a reasonable time to comply, as the agenda reflects, to January 29th. What happened in December is not relevant.
No, it's very relevant.
Okay, well,
okay,
so you
and I've
say.
asked
I'm
a question
telling you
of your witness.
And he's not answering that.
You're speaking for him.
Yes, I am.
No, you're asking him to speculate on what I would have ordered if you had a chance to be before me sooner. That's inappropriate a question to ask the inspector, and I'm not going to allow it.
Okay. One last question. If I were to request today an extension of time covering that period, in your professional opinion, is there any reason, this is not a legal question, this is just your professional opinion, is there any reason I should not be granted that extension of time?
That is the same thing in a different, rephrasing it differently, and I'm not going to ask you to speculate what would have happened.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the motion. My premise here is that the city did not provide me an opportunity to represent my case and request additional time.
I don't understand that. You were given additional time.
Multiple times.
No,
Multiple times.
I was not given an opportunity to request an extension of time before the old one ran out in a timely manner. At that time, and
what
I think
was
still,
stopping you?
You don't provide court hearings but once a month.
Well,
that's insufficient.
You could have requested an extension of time. You could have put it in the record, and then when the hearing came up, you could have said, I filed for an extension of time.
Okay. And I apologize.
Your Honor, we're talking in a vacuum here because, again, the record reflects he was given multiple extensions and there were multiple suspensions as reflected on today's agenda.
Yeah. I am reviewing all the extensions that you got.
Yes.
And I see.
And I appreciate those.
Yeah, and I do not believe that you were denied due process. I do not believe that you weren't given ample time to comply, and I'm imposing the fine of $350.
Okay. My motion also includes a rule of civil procedure 1.090 and small b in parentheses. It's a rule of civil procedure. And B is enlargement, okay, or extension, another word. Sub 1, in general, when an act is required or allowed to be done at or within a specified time by order of court, these rules or by notice given thereunder for cause shown, the court at any time in its discretion, and we go to sub capital B in parentheses, I'm reading from page 3, by the way. Upon motion made and notice after the expiration of the specified period, may permit the act to be done when failure to act was a result of excusable neglect. Now, in other words, this is giving you permission to go back and grant an extension of time
I'm going
to
to
cover
ask the
that
city
period.
attorney to weigh in on whether the rules of civil procedure and that rule specifically.
Correct.
Has
Apologies, Your Honor. Yeah, the rules of civil procedure are not applicable in administrative hearings. And again, the argument on page 3, the attempt to make legal argument on this response on page 3, again, talk about a period in December of 2024 before the case was even heard in January of 2025.
Okay. My ruling stands. You were granted
I'm
enough.
not finished yet.
Sir, do not speak while I'm speaking.
I'm sorry.
It screws up the record. It makes me very annoyed because it's rude.
I understand.
I am noting multiple extensions from January 14th till it was complied on, looks like April 22nd. It was out of compliance for 7 days, and I'm imposing the $350 fine.
I haven't finished with my motion. Okay. I disagree that you are exempt from Rule 1.090. You're a Florida court. You must abide by all the rules. But further down, Florida Statute 162, which covers county or municipal code enforcement, that's the title.
Sir, you are entitled to appeal to the circuit court if you want to make the argument that I'm bound by the civil rules.
Okay, so again,
I have ruled in this case. And it makes no sense for me to continue to hear about the civil rules if they don't apply to this venue.
that's a direct violation of due process.
Okay. You can appeal my ruling then.
Well, I guess that's my only choice.
Yeah.
All right, so are we done?
We're done. Thank you. Let's take a break. We done?
We have one more that we have the inspector here. The owner isn't here, but we have an inspector from the building department that we need to hear before we do the non-responder.
Okay.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25040123, case address 3624 Northeast 25th Terrace, owner Maravilla Coral Ridge LLC, posted at property 51925, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Len Champagne from the city of Fort Lauderdale for KCE 25040-123, 3624 Northeast 25th Terrace. This property was cited on 5/14/25 for $15,276. The vacation rental application contains false information stating that the property is a 6-bedroom home. The property has been illegally modified to include additional bedrooms. These false statements are grounds for the revocation of the vacation rental license. This case will be presented to the special magistrate regarding compliance to request the revocation of the vacation rental license.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Building Inspector Martinez for the city. I visited the property and found out that they were doing work without permit. There have been work without permits, including but not limited to new addition, laundry room relocation, closet converted into a room, opening between storage room and main house, and a little more. And also, I opened another case for occupying the rooms without the required CO.
Okay. All right. So what's before me today is just revocation.
Yes, Your Honor, revocation.
Okay. It's revoked.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
best behavior.
Our first case, page 3. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25040108, case address 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, LLC, posted at property 52225, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 04/03/2025 with the following violations observed. 6-511.1. There is artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The TVs in the front porch patio area are illuminated on the beach area. They also have green lighting above the property that is illuminating the beach area. They have 10 days to comply, or $100 a day thereafter. And for the record, I have to read this long thing now. Per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds the violation exists and enter against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season on 10/31, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
So ordered.
Our next case, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 25040109, case address 827 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 837 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, LLC, posted at property 52225, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Case number and case address as read. This property was first inspected on 04/03/2025. The following violations were observed. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale beaches. The TVs in the front porch and patio area are illuminated on the beach area. There is also green lighting above the property that is illuminating the beach area. $100 a day, 10 days to comply, or $100 a day until thereafter, until the violation is in compliance. Now, per the record. Per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds a violation exists and enter against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season on 10/31, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from persons or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
So ordered.
Back to page 2, the bottom of page 2. Inspector Edward Easton, Matthew Flesher, presenting case number CE 25040678, case address 808 West Broward Boulevard, owner B Capital LLC, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25040678 for the property located at 808 West Broward Boulevard. An inspection of the property was conducted on April 23, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation from case number CE 25010074. Notice the case was complied on May 5, 2025. At this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 3, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 25030372, case address 333 Tarpon Drive, owner All Saints Protestant Episcopal Church, posted at property 52325, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Senior Code Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 20th, 2025, following a neighbor complaint about light pollution, and the following violations were observed. Section 47-20.14.e. There's artificial light that is illuminating the adjacent residential property in excess of 0.5, a half a foot candle. Lighting fixtures should be shielded, angled, or both. A reinspection conducted on April 17, 2025 revealed that the section 47-20.14.e remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter. This concludes my testimony.
So ordered. Next case, page 4, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 25040578, case address 2518 Key Largo Lane, owner Stephanie Maria Brown and Kyle Brandon Lehman, posted at property 52325, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Senior Code Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on April 20th, 2025, following a neighbor complaint via hotline report 250-422-022-4957 about a large party and illegal parking, and the following violations were observed. Code section 17-7.1.8. There's amplified sound coming from this residential property, which is plainly audible from 25 feet away after 10 p.m. This violation is irreversible in nature, and as such, this case would be presented before the special magistrate, whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. Code section 18-1. There's amplified sound plainly audible from 25 feet away after 10 p.m., 15 vehicles parked on the right-of-way, and an unpermitted valet service at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect or impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This violation is transient in nature, and as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not the violation complies to impose fines in an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. This concludes my testimony.
There's a second one that shows vehicles further down. And there's the valet service.
Okay, is the city requesting the full 15 for both violations?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2407-0524, case address 2101 Northeast 55th Court, owner Josh Rod 1, Inc., posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24070524, address 2101 Northeast 55th Court. This property was first inspected on 7/21/2024, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A, complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls has not been maintained. There's area of the exterior wall that has stained and missing peeling paint, to include but not limited to the facial boards. Violation 18-1, complied. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway is in disrepair. It has cracks throughout the surface and is discolored. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/4/2025. The property remained in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-306, 28 days for violation 9-304B, and 28 days for violation 9-305B, or $50 per day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2504-0766, case address 500 Montana Avenue, owner 500 Montana Avenue LLC, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The case and address are as read. This matter was first inspected on April 29th, and the following violation was observed. 18-11B, the swimming pool located at this unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash, and debris. A nuisance notice was posted on site, and a pre-hearing inspection as of yesterday revealed the water is now clear and blue, but I could not verify power to the pump. The GC was in communication with me this morning and assured me there is power to the pump, so I will shortly thereafter, after today, I will verify that. Therefore, the city's requesting 10 days or $250 per day.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have another one, Paulette. I think.
Paulette has another one?
Page 8.
Page 8, yes.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 2502-0640, case address 2018 Northeast 31st Avenue, owner 61002N LLC, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Paulette Del Grasso for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This matter was first inspected by Officer Kendrick on February 23rd and cited for the following violations. 47-219M, sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. And 18-12A, there is overgrowth on this property and swale. An inspection report was mailed to the owner of record as a no trespassing sign is posted on site. To date, the lot remains non-compliant. Therefore, the city requests 28 days or $100 per day for violation 47-219M, and 10 days or $100 per day for violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2503-0103, case address 1901 Northeast 22nd Terrace, owner BHV 2201 LLC.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was cited on March 6th.
One second. We're going to have to reschedule this case.
Okay, on to page 10.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 25010786, case address 2206 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner 489 Properties LLC, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case and address as read. This property was cited on March 6th and given time to comply for the following violations. 24-27F, there are trash carts with their lids open at this location. There is a blue trash bin with too much trash in it for it to close properly. 24-28A, there is an 8-yard dumpster at this location with the lid missing. Dumpsters must be kept closed at all times. 24-29A, dumpster overflowing with trash not maintained. 47-21.9.m, sections of this B1 commercial property vacant lot have no ground cover as required. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. The ground cover is more than 6 inches high. There's a shopping cart and bags of trash on the property. 47-19.4.d.1, all dumpsters greater than 2 yards are required to be in an enclosure with the doors kept closed and latched at all times. There are 2 dumpsters on this B1 commercial property greater than 2 yards not in an enclosure. On January 30th, the violations remained. The violations at this property have still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 28 days or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Okay. Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25040476, case address 1400 Northeast 4th Avenue. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 11, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 25040478, case address 1412 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 1412-1416 LLC, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25040478, address 1412 Northeast 4th Avenue. This property was first inspected on April 16, 2025, and the following violation was found. 15-28, the business Maji at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 4, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2408-0699, case address 445 Northwest 6th Street, owner International Longshoremen Association, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2408-0699, address 445 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on April 26, 2024, and the following violations were found. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas that have stains and missing/peeling paint. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities. The parking facilities are not maintained at this property. There are weeds growing through the cracks of the pavement, broken and detached wheel stops, and faded stripes. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning over and has areas that are detached/broken. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 9th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the following for violation 18-12A, 10 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For 9-306, 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For 9-305A, 10 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For 47-20.20H, 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. And for 9-280H1, 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
Are there no photos that goes along with this case? No photos?
Yeah, there should be photos for this one.
City Attorney?
I'm sorry.
There are no photos on this case. Okay. Okay, that's all right.
Next case, bottom of page 11, case number CE 24090396, case address 421 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner 3rd Avenue Development LLC, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24090396, address 421 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This property was first inspected on September 17th, 2024, and the following violations were found. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation, reference case CE 211-00585. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not compliance is met before the hearing date. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting for violation 18-12A, 10 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. And for 9-305B, 63 days to comply or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12. Inspector Jessica Martinez, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 25020444. Case address 8 Northeast 16th Place, numbers 1 through 2. Owner 8 Northeast 16th Place LLC. Posted at property 52225. Posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25020444, address 8 Northeast 16th Place. This case was first cited on January 16, 2025 for the following violations. 9-304B, comply. Violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, comply. Violation 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. Violation 9-363, failure to register residential dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations as depicted in the photos have not complied. The city is requesting 63 days for 9-305 parentheses B, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter. 10 days for 9-363, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24110407, case address 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue, LLC, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110407, address 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue. This property was first inspected on November 16, 2024, and the following violations were found. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and swell. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The concrete surface has cracks, damaged areas, stains of oil and dirt. There are wheel stops which are damaged or not secured, and the striping is faded and or missing. 18-4C complied. 9-304B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 9, 2025, and the violations for 18-12A, 9-305B, and 47-2020H remained. At this time, the city is requesting the following. For violation 18-12A, 10 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. For 9-305B, 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. And for 47-20.20H, 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Jessica Martinez. Case number CE 2505-0059. Case address 737 North Andrews Avenue. Owner Flagler Gateway Owner LLC. Posted at property 52725. Posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2503-0830. Address 1015 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was first inspected on March 30th, 2025, and the following violation was found. 18-12A. There's
Jessica, I think you're on the wrong
I'm
case.
on the wrong case? 737, got you. Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2505-0059, 737 North Andrews Avenue. This property was first inspected on May 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were found. 18-1 complied. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 220-70470. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Sections of the fence are missing. 9-306 complied. 9-280B complied. 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained in this Northwest Regional Activity Center mixed use zoned property. There are multiple cracks, missing wheel stops, and markings. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of the swell. There are areas on the swell of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, 2025, and the violations for 18-12A, 9-280H1, 47-2020H, and 9-305B remained. At this time, the city is requesting the following. For 18-1, a finding of fact. 18-12A, 10 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For 9-280H1, 63 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. For 47-2020H, 63 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter. 9-305B, 63 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2503-0830, case address 1015 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner 7th Avenue Properties LLC, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Can you repeat the case number for that one?
830, 1015.
1015.
Okay. Gotcha. Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2503-0830, 1015 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was first inspected on March 30th, 2025, and the following violation was found. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale, including but not limited to cardboard boxes, empty bottles, cans, furniture, and other miscellaneous items. The grass is overgrown along the chain link fence. This is a recurring violation. Reference case CE 24010-201. This case will be presented to the magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not compliance is met. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8th, 2025, and the property remained in violation. At this time, the city is requesting 15 days for compliance or a fine of $150 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 2502-0594, case address 211 Northeast 2nd Street, owner Southern Bell Tell and Tell Company, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2502-0594, address 211 Northeast 2nd Street. This property was first inspected on February 23, 2025, and the following violation was found. 9-305A, which is now complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation, reference case CE 2405-0723. At this time, the city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Matthew Fletcher, case number CE 2502-0511, case address 3617 Southwest 17th Street, owner Easter Young and Thunell Young, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25020-511 at address 3617 Southwest 17th Street. This case was first cited on February 18, 2025 for the following violations. 18-4C complied. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS-8 zoned property. There's outdoor storage, including but not limited to a treadmill, a washing machine, tires, oil cans, and other miscellaneous items. 9-304B, there are trailers parked on the grass lawn area, a black foldable trailer, and a boat on a trailer. The driveway apron is in disrepair. There is only bare dirt for the driveway apron. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to the left of the driveway apron. 9-304B, I already read that, I apologize. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The walls are stained and have areas that are cracked and chips falling off. The fascia and the metal above the fascia have stains. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained. 47-34.1.A.1, 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-306. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days for 47-34.1.A.1, a compliance deadline of 63 days for 9-304B, 9-305B, and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2502-0514, case address 3767 Southwest 17th Street, owner Ryan Keith Olette, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case was first cited on February 18, 2025 for the following violations. 9-304B, there are 3 boat trailers parked on the front lawn of this property. 47-34.1.A.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this RS-8 zoned property. There's outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to a headboard, buckets, wood boards, totes, and other miscellaneous items. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and on the swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains. The front walls are stained and faded. The color of the fascia board does not match the existing surface. It is part black and part white. 18-12A is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained. 9-304B, 47-34.1.A.1, 9-305B, and 9-306. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days for violations 9-304B and 47-34.1.A.1, a compliance deadline of 28 days for violations 9-305B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2502-0031, case address 2519 Well Harbor Lane, posted at owner Joseph J. Bost, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2502-0031 at address 2519 Whale Harbor Lane. This case was first cited on February 4, 2025 for the following violations: 47-21.15.a. One gumbo limbo tree was removed from this RS-6.85A zoned property without first obtaining a permit. This case will be brought to Special Magistrate to request imposition of fines up to $15,000 for an irreparable and irreversible violation. 9-305B is complied. 9-280H1 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the violation 47-21.15.a remained. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $150 for the tree removed without a permit and a compliance deadline of 28 days for violation 47-21.15.a, or a fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2503-0862, case address 3900 Riverland Road, owner Investment Group Management LLC, personal service on 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25030862 at address 3900 Riverland Road. This case was first cited on March 31, 2025 for the following violations: 15-28. The business Superstop Food Stores at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. 47-34.1.a.1 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained. 15-28. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 28 days for violation 15-28, or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 2503-0771, case address 2832 Southwest 14th Street, owner Lawrence Rabin, posted at property 52825, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 25030771 at address 2832 Southwest 14th Street. This case was first cited on March 26, 2025 for the following violations: 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The missing ground cover is on the left and right sides of the driveway. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The metal above the fascia has stains. 9-305A was complied. 9-313A was complied. 18-12A was complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 8, 2025, and the following violations remained: 9-305B and 9-306. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 28 days for violation 9-305B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2501-0460, case address 370 Southwest 25th Street, number 2616, owner Gino Parker, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2501-0460 for property located at 370 Southwest 25th Street. The inspection was conducted on January 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use taking place on this B2 zone vacant commercial property. There's vehicle storage taking place on the property, heavy machinery and other objects being stored on this vacant lot. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 230-70515. 47-19.9.A.3.B complied. 47-21.9.M complied. 9-305B complied. 47-20.13.E.2 withdrawn. 47-20.13.G.1 complied. On March 6, 2025, violation 47-34.1.8.1 was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 2501-0709, case address 1035 Southwest 30th Street. Owner Anthony Avery, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2501-0709 for property located at 1035 Southwest 30th Street. The inspection was conducted on January 18th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.13.F complied. 9-306, the free landlord application has not been submitted or is incomplete. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-306 or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 2502-0488, case address 1321 Southwest 31st Street. Owner Eli Sousa, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2502-0488 for property located at 1321 Southwest 31st Street. This property was first inspected on February 20th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of the swale is in disrepair. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds, grass growing through it. The concrete driveway is stained. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-308B complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 4th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 2503-0586, case address 1080 Southwest 32nd Street. Owner Paul and Grace Vicino, posted at property 52125, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2503-0586 for property located at 1080 Southwest 32nd Street. The inspection was conducted on March 21st, 2025. The following violations were observed. 9-278E complied. 18-1, there is outdoor storage of miscellaneous item under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 240-20386. 9-304B withdrawn. On March 28, 2025, violation 18-1 was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 25040055, case address 951 Southwest 29th Street, owner Roberto Ramirez, posted at property 52125, posted at Wendy's Broward 52725.
Mohammed Daim, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 25040055 for property located at 951 Southwest 29th Street. The inspection was conducted on April 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2310-0151. 9-304B complied. 9-305B complied. 9-280H1 complied. 9-306 complied. 47-20.13.E.2 complied. 9-306 363 withdrawn. On April 26, 2025, violation 18-12A was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting a final fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 25040493, case address 2710 Southwest 12th Terrace, owner Panasa LLC, posted at property 52125, posted at Wendy's Broward 52725.
Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 25040493 for property located at 2710 Southwest 12th Terrace. The inspection was conducted on April 16, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and construction debris on the south side and rear of this property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2109-0200. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. Outdoor storage items including but not limited to refrigerator, boxes, tools, and miscellaneous items are being stored under carport on the sides and the rear of this property. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2109-0200. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass at the rear of this property. The paved driveway is in disrepair. There are multiple cracks and shipping asphalt. 9-306 complied. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violations 18-12 and 47-34.1.8.1, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 9-304B, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 23120205, case address 5100 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Spirit BJ Fort Lauderdale, Florida, LLC, personal service on 52725, posted at Wendy's Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Office, presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 12/8/2023 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property or in its swell area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There is areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306 has complied. Violation 9-280D has complied. Violation 47-21.11.D has complied. Violation 18-4C has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025, and the property remained in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A and 28 days for violation 9-305B, or a daily fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25020542, case address 3361 Northwest 64th Street, owner Aminata Miller, Infinite Gratitude Happiness Trust, posted at property 52725, posted at Wendy's Broward 52725. This case is withdrawn. Next case, page 33, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25020268, case address 5100 North State Road 7, owner 5100 North State Road 7 FLL Inc., personal service on 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case and address as read. This property was first cited on 2/16/2025 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, the parking facilities are not maintained at this property. Parking facility stripes are faded and the curves are in disrepair. There are potholes on the parking facility. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/2/2025. The property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days for violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, or a daily fine of $200 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25020426, case address 1631 Northeast 51st Street, owner Harriet H. Parrott Revocable Trust, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Shaquan Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, case and address as read. The property was first cited on 2/15/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-363, complied. Violation 24-27E has been withdrawn. Violation 18-1 has complied. Violation 47-34.1.8.1 has complied. Violation 9-308B has complied. Violation 9-304B has complied. Violation 9-304B has complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025. The property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-305B or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25030320, case address 5552 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Morgan L. Company, in care of Broward Property, Inc., personal service on 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 3/12/2025 and given time to correct the following violation. Violation 15-28, the business Wow Wow Eats at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025 and the business remained without a current year business tax receipt. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 15-28 or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 25030445, case address 1466 Northeast 62nd Street, owner Mueller J.B. Honoret, posted at property 52725, posted at property 52725, posted at 1 East Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 3/17/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-4C has complied. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property in the swell area. There's broken tile debris on the front of the property. Violation 9-304B, there's a great Nissan on the grass lawn area. The driveway at this property is not being maintained in a well graded appearance. Driveway is discolored and has potholes. The Nissan was removed from the grass area. However, the violation still remains due to the driveway is still in disrepair. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 47-20 34.1.8.1 has been withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A, 28 days for violation 9-304B, 28 days for violation 9-305B, and 10 days for, that has been withdrawn, or a daily fine of $50 each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2412-0221, case address 5861 Northeast 18th Avenue, owner Pine Ridge Property Management LLC, posted at property 52725, posted at Winnie's Broward 52725.
Inspector Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Office presenting case and address as read. This property was first cited on 12/10/2024 and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-363 has complied. Violation 25-4 has complied. Violation 9-305B has complied. Violation 47-20.20.H. There's parking facility that is not maintained at this property. Parking facility is discolored. Lines and parking stops are faded. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/8/2025 and found violation 47-20.20.H remains on the property as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days for violation 47-20.20.H or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2501-0558, case address 5030 Northeast 14th Terrace, owner Innsbrook Investment Company, posted at property 52725, posted at Winnie's Broward 52725.
Inspector Shaquan Kendrick with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Office, case and address as read in. This property was first inspected on 1/15/2025, given time to correct the following violations. Violation 9-304B has complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There's areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior walls has not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior wall that's stained in or dirty, to include the fascials and the soffits that has been stained and missing peel and paint. Violation 24-7, parentheses B, has complied. Violation 9-307A, there are windows which are not secured in a tight fit or weatherproof manner. Violation 9-363 has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 6/4/2025, and the property remains in violation as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days for violation 9-306, 28 days for violation 9-307A, and 63 days for violation 9-305B, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Tell me again, 307A is 28 days?
Yes, 307A, 28 days.
All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 28. 38, I'm sorry. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25050505, case address 2600. Next case, page 41, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24100225, case address 2311 Southwest 35th Avenue, owner Tanya Thomas Timbers. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 5/13/25. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2501-0154, case address 1410 West State Road 84, owner Racetrack Petroleum Inc., number 553. This case was first heard 3/27/25 to comply by 4/11/25 and 4/24/25. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $15,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2403-0770, case address 802 Southwest 25th Street, owner George S. Gardner. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 7/25/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $25 per day, $6,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 44. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2201-0475, case address 2349 Northwest 13th Court, owner Joseph E. Weindorfer. This is to vacate the order imposing fine, release the lien, and close the case.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2501-0576, case address 4300 Bayview Drive, owner Bayview House Project LLC. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25. 1 section not complied at $250 per day, $20,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2411-0585, case address 2396 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust, Judith Trustee Antweiler. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25 and 4/24/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2411-0586, case address 2374 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust, Judith Antweiler Trustee. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25 and 4/24/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2411-0588, case address 2358 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust, Judith Antweiler Trustee. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25 and 4/24/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2409-0287, case address 6500 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Jane Barbara Bowery Revocable Trust. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25 and 4/8/25. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
1 second, Your Honor. On that case, I'm going to read it in because on violation, give me 1 second. On violation 9-288B that's not complied, we're going to ask for 28 days stay of fines.
You can ask for what?
28 days a stay of fines.
Okay.
On 288
Yes.
0B, okay.
So ordered.
Got it. Next case, page 47, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2409-0516, case address 5403 Northeast 22nd Terrace, owner David Knezovich. This case was first heard 2/11/25 to comply by 4/8/25. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $3,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 2409-0398, case address 3310 Northwest 66th Street, owner James N. Mazzanti, in care of Alicia 9/16/24, 12/16/24, and 4/8/25. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued, $1,150 imposed. The fines continue to accrue, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24031006, case address 801 Northeast 17th Court, owner James Kroom. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 50, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24100438, case address 812 Northeast 17th Court, owner Mark Needleman. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 3/21/25 and 4/8/25. 3 sections not complied to $50 per day, $10,350 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 24060121, case address 2845 Northeast 9th Street, owner Le Club International Condo Association. This case was first heard 3/11/25 to comply by 5/13/25. 1 section not complied to $100 per day, $2,800 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This was a request for extension.
Your Honor, Paulette Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addresser is read. The general manager from Le Club was here, but she didn't have the appropriate document as power of attorney to speak today, and the city is not opposed to a stay of fines and a 63-day extension.
Okay, 63 days and we'll suspend the fines. Thank you.
Thank you.
The city is requesting to enter pages 56 and 57 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Tuesday, June 10th, 2025.